So, if you had to be paired with any one of these fine people that isn't me or Robert, who would you pick?
You can't put me on the spot right now because I'm in a very bad mood. So leave me alone.
Paired.
Paired for what
On a
purpose?
team, like if you had to be on.
Yeah,
a
if you had to
with
be on
someone.
team.
A team
kind
for
of team?
what?
A team.
You'll see.
For dodgeball. I don't know.
Well, it matters.
I would not want to. Alex is a.
matters.
Cleverest person here, Alex.
Oh, that's
You
Most
can't put me on the
learned.
spot right now because I'm already pissed off. So leave
Listen,
me
you can roll
alone.
dice if you want.
Leave me alone.
All right.
Go away.
In that case, who would like to be on team with Alex?
Inverse
I'll
and first
be on a
nepotism.
team.
All right.
All right, lovely. We have our teams then. We've got Team
boys
Alex
versus
and we've
girls
got
here.
Team No Alex. Now,
Alrighty. Show
would
them
you
what they
believe
want.
it?
That seems unfair.
Wait, what?
Show
That
them what
seems
they want.
unfair.
How is that unfair?
Do you want to fight Ronnie? Do you want to fight Ronnie for the Alex team?
Well, no, I'm just because you have a team 2 person versus team
Are you saying Adarsh is not a person?
1, 2, 3, 4 person?
No,
If
no,
you-
I'm not part of this.
Neither
I'm not part of this. And William, I'm like the host and William's like the MC. So,
Yeah.
Wait, so
Oh,
what are
okay,
the
so-
teams? I'm confused.
All right,
Adarsh,
I
well,
feel better
if
now. I feel
Ronnie
better.
has drafted Alex, then it'll be you and Dave. Boys versus girls. Boys versus girls.
Okay, I feel better about the
Okay.
teams now.
No,
I thought
no,
it was
Now
everyone
that
else.
we've managed to spin this wheel, show them what they've won, Robert.
All right, what you have won is something worse than a slideshow.
Wait, what?
Welcome to Jeopardy!
Oh yeah, I forgot about this.
It's time for the J party.
All right, so we've got our categories: history and or math, terrible trivia, RPG basics, Souls like alikes I like, and what about me?
All right.
So
I don't like this game.
Dave and Adar.
Such a
Heads or tails on
advantage.
first go.
What
I
about
feel-
this?
I
Literally
feel like
about
this is-
Alex, is it not?
This is unfair,
is.
and I'm going to sweep one of these
That's
categories.
so rude.
we will see.
Dave and Adar. Heads or tails on going first.
Tails never fails.
Tails never fails. A 1 is a tail.
Okay,
It was a 2.
lovely.
Tails fails.
All
I'm not even-
right.
Tails has failed.
Hang on, I didn't actually. Okay. It is heads, meaning Ronnie and Alex get to go first.
All right, what
please-
would you like?
If I may offer a recommendation as the MC, I would recommend starting at the hundreds and going up from there.
But-
Really?
These guys are supposed to start at the.
Up to you, though.
I
Not
will
gonna say
say,
not
it
to,
just
but-
occurred to me, I forgot to write a final Jeopardy, so this is going to be anticlimactic.
I'm not
Do
worried
we
about
have to answer in the form of a question?
If you want,
that. Yeah.
So would
We'll
we
let it-
as long as it's, we're going
by.
by close enough rules.
Yeah.
If we don't answer in the form of a question, it's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Good.
Okay.
I would encourage it, but it's not required.
I'll answer in the form of a question, but just by doing upspeak whenever I answer because I'm not sure what it is. So
That
Sure.
sounds
And
good.
also, it is recommended that you do convene with your teammate during this. That's
Yes.
why we have
Now,
the teams.
what is upspeak? Not much. How about you,
Anyway, Ronnie. Alex,
Ronnie?
what do
Alex,
you
what
wanna go
category would you
with?
like?
All right, Alex. Any preferences?
just go do the ones that are about you, and then we can move on to
Yourself,
the
Robert,
other
we'll hash it
ones.
out.
I mean, I feel like it's a trap, like a big bear trap.
Just jump into it. Be brave. Head first.
Yeah,
about
first
me
into the
for
bear trap.
100,
No, I
please?
don't advise
All
that.
right. Robert. What about me 400 was
What
it
about
said.
me?
That's it.
400?
100.
100. Okay. All right. Our answer. This is our good friend Alexander Martinez's most special interest besides birds. Please buzz in by typing anything in the Game Talk chat first.
Oh wait, we can buzz in. That's right.
Oh, I
Yes.
didn't realize that's how that worked. I
Wait,
don't know how to play
what?
Jeopardy.
Oh, right.
Lovely.
right.
All right. Team
Looks like-
Adarsh and Dave. Team
I
No
think it's
Alex.
Bones. I gotta assume it's Bones.
Bones.
Hang on, maybe hash it out. Moment,
No,
moment.
No, I'm with Bones on Bones.
All right.
Um,
Let's,
that's
do-
incorrect. Would anyone else like to buzz in?
would other team like to steal? Well, not subtract points because that's dumb.
No, we're subtracting points.
Oh, okay.
Would
I
Team
mean-
Alex like to make a guess or no?
I don't know what you think it is, so
Alrighty. Well, I don't know anyone named Alexander Martinez.
Her
Jesus
name is
Christ.
actually Alexandria Martini.
Look,
I know this because I feel like doxing her XOXO William. There we go.
okay.
But you.
So the trick question was there is no such person, so we don't actually know the answer to this question.
Correct.
I mean, I knew that her name wasn't Alexander Martinez. I
I
just.
I
you didn't know that.
I
told
didn't know
you.
this.
I told you it was a bear trap.
I fucking
Yeah,
hate this.
yeah.
Fine.
All
Try a
right.
different one.
What would we like next?
believe it
Since
is,
since they were incorrect, you guys do get to go again. Team Alex.
Another.
What about me for 200? Is that?
Yeah.
Alrighty. This is Alex's primary shape.
Oh, fuck off.
Team No Alex.
Short. I'm.
You don't
yes.
type the answer.
No.
You just need to type something in, and then you can talk.
As long as I'm first.
Yes, you
I'm
were
gonna-
first. Short
yeah.
is incorrect. Would Team Alex
I was
like to
asking
see-
Dave.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Damn it,
I
Robert.
was
Give a moment.
admittedly my first thought was round. I don't know why, but I don't want to. Not trying to throw anyone on shade or whatever, but I don't know. I just first thought was round.
That is incorrect. Team Alex, would you like to steal?
It's a fucking square.
That is correct. What is a square? A square is Alex's primary shape.
Because Alex is a square, I get it. Okay,
Okay. Sure.
Classic.
All right.
Fair enough.
Well, this is looking very good for Team Alex. Ronnie, Alex, what would you like next?
Should we just fucking keep going, I guess? I don't know.
Go for it.
Yeah, 300.
What about me for 300? This is the main subject matter of Alex's most successful YouTube video, which garnered well over 1 million views.
Tell other people this.
Are we vetoing Alex? Are we not going to do this one?
No, I'll just be really embarrassed.
Okay. Listen, it's always an Alex. Real talk. It's an option to veto it. You can veto it.
I don't care that much.
No, she doesn't
I
care
can't
about
imagine what would be embarrassing.
All right, everyone, feel free to buzz in.
Feel free to buzz
This is
in.
not-
Any text in the chat is considered buzzing in.
I have no idea what it is.
Well,
I was
I
just gonna say I
know.
can't imagine what it would be. What's more embarrassing than playing D&D every weekend?
All right.
Ronnie, you have
Looks
buzzed in.
like-
Well, you'll find out, buddy.
All right.
Ronnie has buzzed in.
I would like to confer with my partner, Alex. What do you think the answer is?
It's a fucking Miku dance video, and the song is about titties.
Okay, I mean that's fine.
Okay, that's not what I
That
was
is correct.
expecting.
What is unfortunately Hatsune Miku?
I was gonna
That's
go
cool.
warrior cats. That was my thought
Points.
process.
Points to
And it
Team
has
Alex.
garnered well over 1 million views. If you would like, I can post the link in the chat.
Please
I would
don't.
love
No
that.
shame. Okay, Alice.
We have no
please-
shame what we do for views.
I mean, this was more than 10 years ago. I
Sometimes our
stand
popularity
13
range is fine.
specifically. I watched it the other night.
Thank you.
Brennan Mulligan has said there is no corner of my
Much,
heart. that
much
will
like
not
how
turn over for
I keep a
points.
local
Correct.
copy of your DeviantArt page just in case you ever delete it.
Thanks.
Fucking Robert.
All right, Team Alex, you are killing it so far. What's next?
You're kind of a pizza, Robert.
Love you too, sister.
Alex, I had to take some blame here too. I approved of everything. It also came up with
Okay.
half of them.
Well, I mean, I'm probably not gonna know the rest of this shit, so keep going down the line.
All right, we
400.
got What About Me for 400. This is the only type of hat Alex wears. Oh, Adarsh has buzzed in already. Team No
Might as well
Alex.
guess. Dave, I'm thinking baseball. How about that?
I was thinking fedora.
Okay, let's do fedora.
I'm so offended.
That is incorrect. Team Alex, would you like to steal?
Yes.
I mean, I sure, but I wear more than one type of hat.
Incorrect.
Okay.
Was that an
That is
official
not your.
answer?
That is,
That's
I'm
official
assuming that
answer.
is not your official answer, though.
Oh my god, is it a bucket hat? That was my second thought. It was a bucket hat.
If you guys would like to steal, you got a few seconds.
I don't know what the answer is.
But yes, we'll steal.
Okay,
Oh god,
Ronnie,
they're stealing.
what's the answer?
Alex,
You
what kind of
tell me.
hats do you wear?
I have an Ushanka, I guess.
I don't know what that is.
Russian hat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably shouldn't wear
Okay,
it these
well-
days.
We'll say that then.
Unfortunately, that is incorrect. The answer is helmet hair. What is helmet hair?
That's
We
not
would
a
have taken
hat. That's
mushroom
not
hair
a
as
A
well.
hat.
It is a helmet. It is
In a
helmet hair.
manner.
Alrighty. Both were wrong, so we are continuing with Team Alex, who is driving the board in the early going.
Just get me the other one, I guess.
What
Fuck
about me for 500? Alrighty. This is Alex's second most special interest after birds.
Wasn't that the same as the first one?
No, that mentioned
This
Alexander.
This one's actually
Alexander
about
Martinez.
Alex.
Adarsh, you have buzzed in. Team No Alex.
Well, I already asked Dave, so I'm assuming we're going with bones.
Yeah. Bones.
All
Or
right.
woodland
Okay.
animals.
Well, this one,
I
we
guess-
don't get a second response. So, Alex, is that correct?
Alex, is that correct?
I don't know what my second most special interest is.
So the answer is
Uh,
bones.
You have a bone shelf.
Alex gets to choose what response.
Alex does get to choose if that's correct. Unless Alex answered, then everyone else would get to vote if it was correct or not.
All right.
Alex. You have a shelf.
I guess so. I
All
mean,
right, that is correct.
Right.
Good job, David Adarsh. Alex's second most special interest after birds is bones. And with that, Team No Alex has stolen. Where would you like to go? We've still got history and or math, terrible trivia, RPG basics, and Souls-like alikes I like.
So not official. This is my thought to Adarsh. I'm thinking either terrible trivia, which is going to be trivia about the lands of Terra, which in which this takes place, or RPG basics.
Let's do RPG basics.
100?
Yeah.
RPG basics
100.
for 100. How many editions of D&D currently exist?
Oh.
Define currently exists.
Adarsh has buzzed in. Team No Alex.
Dave, okay. I'm assuming
Not final answer yet. So technically
Yeah.
there's we're up to 5.5 edition.
Yeah, but I'm assuming we're counting 0.5s as different editions. So I think there would be
Right.
one.
That would
Isn't
be-
there a 1.5? And then there's 2, 3,
Right, yes.
3.5.
Yeah, there's one advanced
what the
2,
fuck is going
3,
on?
3.5,
I'm sorry, Dave.
4,
Adarsh, is Robert okay?
I'm good.
4.5.
Is there a 4.5?
No, there wasn't a 4.5. You're right. There's 4, there's 5, there's 5.5. So that's what? That's 6. But then how many of them actually currently exist?
I think they all currently exist. Like, I think if they were created, they currently exist. I think it's
So-
saying
so 6?
as opposed to ones in the future. Wait, isn't there? Did you count 3.5 and 5.5?
Yeah.
We are going to need an answer. You guys have had a long time after
I think
buzzing
it's
in.
7.
3.5, 4.
I'm gonna say 7.
5. Sorry, yes, you're right. 7.
William, can you check with the document to make sure?
All right, let me pull it up. I really should have had it.
I know.
I'm a bad master of
I'm
ceremonies.
down a monitor, and also Shelby got caught in the fucking cords below my computer. Thankfully, nothing got unplugged.
So that's
I
what
think there
happened.
might be a 1.5, but you know,
Well-
it's fine.
That was like advanced. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I have it pulled up here.
You said 7?
Yes.
That is incorrect.
Is incorrect.
What is
Team
the
Alex,
correct?
would you like to steal?
Yes.
Sure, but okay, there's like
I would like to guess 8.
There are 12.
12.
12.
What are
As
the
per
12 editions?
Wikipedia. Now, you see, I don't actually have these up, so I will go to the Wikipedia page, and they are. The original, the basic set first edition, AD&D, basic set second, basic set third, AD&D 2E, the rules cyclopedia version, the third edition, 3.5, fourth edition, fifth edition, and revised 5E.
But we missed a
Okay.
couple of them early ones. Damn.
It happens.
Yes, I don't
It
know
happens.
what some of those are.
Neither do
Yeah.
I. That's why I looked on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Alrighty, well, 2 incorrects. Let us go ahead and see then. Team No Alex, you are still in control of the board.
Do you want to keep RPG basics?
I would like to try history and/or math if you are okay, with
let's
that.
do it.
All right, we're jumping over.
Yeah.
100, or would you like to go
100.
higher? History and/or math for 100. What is responsible for more civilian deaths, Henry Kissinger or all U.S. airstrikes since 9/11?
Oh, that's right. We got to buzz in.
All right, yeah. Adersha's buzzed in.
It
I'm-
must be Henry Kissinger because
That's what I'm
Robert put this
thinking, too.
question in.
Of
Yeah.
course, the answer is Henry Kissinger.
Yeah, I mean,
Ah.
Robert would not have put the question in if it wasn't Henry Kissinger.
The worst
Exactly,
piece of shit
yeah.
in the last 100 years. Oh. Alrighty, let's see.
Drakes have mostly been
We
against
are going to,
non-US.
if you buzz in, we are going to start having a timer because the conversations are taking too long and this is taking longer than I thought it would.
I apologize. It's my fault. 200?
History and/or math for 200. What animal were Vikings famous for spreading across the world?
Beep.
Ah, yes, okay, beat buzz, Team Alex.
I'm gonna say rats
Rats, that is incorrect.
or sheep.
Hey, you
Also,
just subscribed from.
why did you
hang
put
on.
us down?
You just
put the
subscribed
wrong
from Team
team
No
down.
Alex, Robert.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I forget where Alex is sometimes.
Yeah.
Would the other team like to steal?
We lose points if we do, right? Like,
If you're
if
wrong,
you get
if you're
wrong.
wrong, you lose points, yes.
I think we should just let it go.
Or cats, maybe.
The answer
I
is
have no idea.
cats. House cats were spread
Damn.
across the world by Vikings. Fun
Okay.
little fact. All right. Still in control is going to be Team No Alex.
Is everyone good?
Dave, you choose.
Let's try Terrable trivia for 1.
Alrighty.
Alrighty. How many languages are available to learn as listed in Foundry?
I didn't even know there were languages listed in Foundry.
11.
Were you buzzing in?
No.
Okay. You can't just say buzz. I've decided you can just say buzz because it's quicker.
I have no
All right,
idea. I mean,
3.
we should just guess a number. Buzz.
All right, buzz. Team No Alex.
Dave, guess a number.
I was gonna say 4.
Cool.
4. Unfortunately, that
Incorrect.
is incorrect.
I feel like it's
Team
much
Alex?
higher than that, probably, but
I will guess. Alex, does 10 sound like a good number? How about 8?
That
I
sounds like
8.
too
I guessed
many.
8 last time. 7.
7. That is incorrect. There are 6 languages listed in Foundry as available to learn.
damn.
If
You
you
can
go
extend
under
your character sheet.
Yeah, if you go under details,
There is
next
a-
to where
yeah.
your foci and abilities is, there's a language plus that you can then choose from.
Has
I
6
just saw
I mean, I
languages
assumed
listed.
we probably shouldn't
Oh.
check.
You are free to cheat.
This is an open book.
Oh, really?
This is an open
Oh,
book.
okay, shit. All right.
Sorry if we didn't establish that sooner.
That wasn't established, but we can work
All
on
right,
it from here.
lovely. So, Team No Alex, you are still in the lead.
200.
Don't control.
What was that?
200.
control.
Terrible trivia. 200.
Terrible Trivia 200. This is the name of handsome and cool Captain Wallace's inimitable badass and unsinkable flagship.
Beep,
Buzz.
beep.
I heard Alex first.
Buzz.
Okay, well, thank you, William. Team Alex.
It's the fucking accordance code.
That is 100% correct.
It is the accordance code.
Thank you.
I wouldn't have remembered
All
that. I
right,
was
Team
hoping
Alex,
Dave-
you have
Alex,
stolen control.
No, I don't.
Team Alex takes the lead and the control.
Dude, souls like alikes I like.
Souls like likes I like for 100?
Yeah.
All right. Rank the 3 Dark Souls games.
I I think you like. I think you
I'm gonna buzz
like
in on this
two,
because
then
you haven't
one,
buzzed
and
in
then
yet.
3.
You're buzzing in on that?
Yeah.
Dave had buzz.
Oh, David
Oh,
buzzed.
sorry.
All right.
She didn't buzz. I'm gonna say Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 1.
That is incorrect. Team Alex, would you like to steal?
Like I said, it's 2, then 1, then 3.
That is 100% correct. Dark Souls 2 Supremacy.
I was so close. I knew Dark Souls 2 was
All right.
the first one, even though I've never played any one of these.
All right. Team Alex, what would you like next?
What do you think? Your turn.
Let's do RPG basics for 200.
RPG Basics for 200. Answer, this is the minimum dice roll a character needs in order to hit a character with an armor class of 0.
Buzz.
Team No Alex.
What is THAC 0?
That is 100% correct. What is THACO? I would also accept I don't know.
What? I don't know what THACO is.
THACO literally stands for
Do
2-hit
not
AC
stress
0.
yourself over
Do
it.
not stress it. It's how 2nd edition calculated attacks against AC.
I have heard about
You
this, and I
standardized
thought you
AC to
wanted an
0.
actual
It was
answer.
so stupid.
If you've played the original Baldur's Gate, it's in there.
Okay, yeah, I actually have played Baldur's Gate, but it was so long ago and I don't remember.
And you don't have to calculate yourself when you're playing a video game. Team No Alex, you're in control. Or I'm sorry, yes, Team No Alex, you're in control.
Adarsh, do you want to pick?
Let's do RPG Basics 300.
RPG Basics
like
300.
that went
What
well.
is the muzzle velocity of the RPG-7 rocket launcher within 10 miles per hour?
What?
Dumbest shit ever.
Dave, if anyone knows this is going to be you, it's not me. So
Open book test, I'll remind.
I don't even know what this is
Team No
referring
Alex
to.
buzzes in. Let's hear it.
It's 115 meters per second.
William, can you...
377 feet per
I
second.
did say within 10 miles per hour.
We're looking for mileage.
Yes.
I'll let you do your answer if you'd like.
Okay, hold on. I gotta do conversions here.
Google's your friend.
I am going to start getting a lot more aggressive because we're only halfway done and it's been 20 minutes.
It's 0.07 miles per hour.
Incorrect.
Incorrect. Team Alex, would you like to try and
Oh,
steal
'cause
or
it's
no?
Per second. Damn it.
3, 2, 1.
Yes.
Answer, 668 miles per hour.
I said
I had
yes.
meters.
You took too long.
I had meters per second.
All right. You know what?
think
Team
it's
No
still-
Alex, you're still in control, even after getting that one wrong. No one got it right. So, Team No Alex, what would you like to see next?
History and/or math for 300.
History and or math for 300. How many points is Mesopotamia worth in a standard game of Scrabble?
No fucking idea. How would I possibly know?
Buzz.
Ah, yes. Team No
Score
Alex.
20 points.
I'm sorry?
20 points.
William?
Incorrect.
Incorrect.
Buzz,
Yes, Ronnie.
Team Alex,
18 points.
also wrong.
Also wrong. I'm sorry about that. It is 17 points.
Oh,
Okay.
Google
All right.
AI lied to me.
Team No Alex, you're still in control. As we were
Google AI gave you 20 points.
a very
in
close
Scrabble, the-
team.
It gave me 18 points.
It looks like a new member's joined each team, and they're sabotaging. All right, team No Alex, you're still controlling. Where we're going?
This is word for word what it gave me.
terrible trivia for 300.
Terrible trivia for 300. According to Garrett, this is the original group that he traveled with from Leshka to Alasir.
Buzz.
Team No Alex.
It's from Leska to Alasir is going to be Strieg and
Not Rohan.
it's going to be Strieg and
Cassie.
oh my gosh, why can't I think of her name? My
Cassie.
former
Oh,
not
Bex.
Yeah, Bex and Cassie. From Leska to Alasir. We picked up Molly, but Molly wasn't at Leska.
Yeah, correct.
I forgot Bex, but that is correct. I will also accept Molly, of course.
Yeah. We met.
All right, Team No Alex still in control, but you've answered more questions right, but a lot more wrong. So despite being more right, you are losing still.
Yep.
Let's do terrible trivia for 400.
All right, terrible trivia for 400. This is the quote by Mira from the iconic moment that ended up expending a use of the infinitely powerful magical lamp acquired by the party in Fortuny Soul.
Buzz.
I heard that
Team
one
No
first.
Alex.
Yeah.
It's Team Alex.
That
Oh,
was
Team
wrong.
Alex, I'm sorry. I forgot which team Ronnie was on.
Alex, do you remember the exact line?
I'm pretty sure it was, I just wish I could talk to him.
We are correct.
That is correct. The quote is, I wish I could talk to him.
Team Alex taking a commanding lead and control of the next question.
Oh, yes, it is. They are pulling away, but we are getting into the big questions, too.
How about,
I think we should just go for terrible trivia for 500.
do it up.
Terrible trivia for 500. Answer. This storied wrestler appeared in a box office smash hit that grossed
Wait,
1 point. This is the wrong question, but we're going with it. That grossed $1.151 billion that heavily inspired Robert's interest in fantasy and also goes by the nickname Dragon Slayer.
Robert, why is this question here?
I don't know, William.
Right. I'll read the real question.
No, we're
These
just going to go
esteemed-
with it.
Let's going with it.
Damn.
I have no idea.
Buzz?
Okay, Team No Alex.
Team Alex.
Who is Ricky Steamboat?
That is
Dragon
incorrect.
Steamboat?
That is a good guess. That is a good guess. But he was just the dragon, not Dragon Slayer. Team Alex, do you wish to try and steal?
No.
The answer is Gorbag, the dropkick orc.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Because Caw Wrestling, which is where you get your stuff from, says that the Dragon Slayer, his name is Dragon Slayer and the hottest guy alive.
He is definitely that, except he's alive.
What was
But
the actual
it doesn't
question?
have his name in
What was the actual question?
Can we do
These
this?
are-
You know what? Bonus points. You're also going to get the actual question.
Okay,
This is the
great.
double jeopardy, except it's just a second question.
Yeah.
These esteemed arcane professors, based on characters from the hit 2000s Fox medical drama/sitcom House MD, were expected to have an extended interaction with the party, but it was cut short after Rohan told them to go fuck themselves.
Buzz.
Go ahead, Team No Alex.
One of them was Professor Bird. The other one was fucking Jesus Christ. I don't remember his name.
We do need both.
Oh, I know. One sec.
You can do this.
Professor Willis.
That
are
is 100% correct. That saves you from being incorrect about the other one and keeps you in the game. And you know what? You're going to get control from getting that one right.
How'd you fuck that
Dave,
up,
your
Robert?
choice.
I feel like I've made some really bad choices. So I want to make another bad choice just to keep it going. So I was thinking RPG Basics for 500.
RPG Basics for 500. What's the worst thing about D&D?
Buzz.
Oh, fuck me.
Team No Alex.
What is playing D&D? Because it's all combat and you can't be bad at combat.
That is incorrect.
No, wait.
Go ahead, Octo.
Sorry,
Go ahead,
I'm
Adarsh.
sorry. No, what was it?
I mean, I feel like you could say a bunch of different things. Everybody is superheroes and you can't die.
Also incorrect.
We're only going to give you one incorrect, though.
Yeah, I'm not going to give you two incorrects for that.
Would
Team
you like to
Alex.
steal?
Would you like to try and steal?
I guess. I
Do
mean,
we want to steal? They're at -1,000 right now.
Ronnie with the pragmatism
We're
here.
playing golf, all right? I'm playing golf. I'm sorry that I'm dragging Adarsh down into this.
No, I'm equally bad.
well,
It might be the sending spell if you guys want to give it a guess, but
William, they're teaming up against us now. This is horrifying.
I mean, I also could be wrong, which would make them lose points. So
I mean, part of me.
oh, is it perhaps Dungeons and Dragons?
Are you actually trying to steal and that's your guess?
he's hovering the minus button,
You're
Alex.
hovering over
I hate
minus,
to give
so
you-
I feel like I should say
I hate
no.
to help you, yeah, but
That sounds like an answer to me. That is incorrect. The answer They ruined the Game of Thrones TV show. I'm referring to the showrunners of Game of Thrones, also referred to as D&D.
That one.
Okay. See, that's not
All
one
right.
that you would.
I don't remember who was in control. William?
Let's
still
hear it.
us.
I guess that's us. 400 RPG Basics.
RPG Basics for 400. In the Forgotten Realms, where are wombats native to?
Robert, this one's dumb.
But lore accurate.
I'm trying to remember. I don't know a lot of shit about
5.
non-homebrew rules.
What is Buzzin'? Buzzin'.
But
I heard that.
I heard Dave as well. Yep.
What is an
fucking care,
island
sorry.
off the coast of Orlil?
I don't know what that is, so that is incorrect.
It's literally from the Forgotten Realms wiki. Wombat's homeland is an island off the coast of Orlil. Orlil.
No.
That's not what I read when I wrote this question.
So let's
I'm
not
on,
seal it
I'm
then,
on perhaps a different wiki with a different answer.
All right, do you want to steal?
Do you want to try and
Yeah.
steal? All right.
Yeah, let's
Hey,
steal.
go ahead and do it.
They are from another world through portals.
Can
I
you
would
give
accept
me
this,
the
Robert.
answer? I'm willing to accept it. I will give you half points. Unless you can give me... Can you give me more?
They were brought to Toril from another world through portals.
I'll give you
Yeah,
half
I
points.
think
The
half
answer is
points is good, yeah.
Australia. Canonically,
Australia.
Forgotten Realms is an isekai, and wombats and a couple of other marsupials are from someone who actually transported to Australia.
You know, I
we should also get the
discovered
points for
that
this.
I discovered
Kinda.
that it was
Dumb.
an
You know, fine. Everyone can
isekai.
have half points. Everyone can have half points.
I have to figure out how to give someone half
It was
points.
an
Let
isekai
me...
in another game I was
Just
in,
every
and it
points.
was a very unpleasant surprise.
It's a wash, Robert. Just give them all full points.
We'll give them all half points. There.
Okay, whatever.
All right. Team Alex, Ronnie kind of got that one correct, so you're in control.
How about Souls-like alikes I like for 200?
All right.
Yeah,
Souls like
I'm
likes I like for
confident
200.
about history or math, so that
right.
sounds good.
Rank the 3 Dark Souls games.
Didn't we already
Again?
have this question?
Oh, I think he fucked up again. Well, it's just 3 points, I guess. Enjoy, guys.
It was
All right,
2-1-3. Be it Buzz.
Buzz.
Okay, well,
No.
I heard Alex first.
I think I heard Alex, yeah.
It was 2-1-3.
That is incorrect.
Okay.
Just
All
the other
right.
team would steal.
Would Team No Alex like to steal?
No.
You're
that
a real.
would be my-
you're a real
The
piece
answer,
of
William
work,
put this
Robert.
question in. It's Elden Ring 3, 2, 1. This is his ranking.
It's my ranking. That one was his.
You're a piece of-
Rankin, on different
bad.
questions. You should like.
It's
I
all
should not
trick
get
questions.
this. I should
I want to make sure I have a correct ranking in there.
Jeopardy game.
All right. Team Alex, you're still in control.
Next, go down. Just go down
Souls
the
like
list.
likes I like for 300. These Elden Lords have 2 tickets to paradise.
I can get this, Robert. I told you.
Guns N'
No one
Roses.
is gonna know this. I don't know this.
5,
All right, no one answer.
4,
Two tickets to
3.
paradise.
2. The answer. Who are Jed Custer and Clive Snively.
Okay. Anyway, let's move on to the next
Snively.
question.
All right. Team Alex, I guess you're still in control.
Next question.
Yeah.
What? Souls
What
like likes I
likes?
like?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, for 400. Answer. This lightning bolt-like spear, whittled from the spear wielded by the ancient dragon Grandsax, who once rained calamity upon the royal capital, is one of the legendary armaments. Wait, we might have made this one a little too hard.
I guess so.
3, 2, 1. Answer. What is the Bolt of Grandsax? All right, what would we like to see next?
Next, 500.
All right,
I'm
Souls
gonna
like
have-
likes I like for 500. This game with
I
Souls-inspired
need to go
mechanics
lay down.
invented a new race of people that, if they existed, would change the world and how we consume art.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I have no idea.
3,
Let's just end this.
2, 1. Answer is, what is Clair Obscur Expedition 33? They invented French people.
What?
French people.
How do they invent French people? French
Souls-inspired
people exist-
mechanics?
Yeah, like Estus Flask.
Yeah, the ability to heal outside battle, everything, including enemies resetting when you sit down at a bonfire or flag or whatever they call it.
Okay.
It has a
I
lot of
guess
Souls-inspired
I've never really
mechanics.
played a Souls game,
Yes.
and those I did not realize those were Souls games.
They are
things.
very
I just-
heavily Souls-inspired.
They were.
Okay.
All
I thought
right.
French people existed prior to the creation of.
Team No
I-
Alex,
I-
if you get both of these, you win.
Great.
Team Alex, do you want history and or math for 4 or 500?
4.
All right. How old was Pol Pot on December 12th, 1977?
Buzz.
Team No Alex.
You know, Alex?
I mean, I have no idea. Dave, take a guess.
He was born in. I don't have a birth date, so I just.
3, 2, 1.
35.
40
What?
Both are incorrect.
Incorrect.
is
All right.
52.
Team Alex, would you like to steal?
Yeah.
All right, Alex?
14?
14
Oh,
is
He was already a leader.
incorrect.
Also correct.
I guess
He
again?
was 52
on
December 12th,
I-
1977.
Was
Yeah,
looking
I
at
said
the
it.
wrong number.
All right.
Last one, guys. Last one.
Brings us to the last
I just-
one.
I just had that up too. Okay.
History and or math for 500. The answer, how many points is Karl Marx worth in a standard game of Scrabble?
Well, I'm not Googling it.
Well,
Buzz.
if we don't answer, then
Heard
we
an eight-
win.
our share?
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Fucking 30.
That is
Final
incorrect.
answer.
Team Alex, would you like to steal?
no.
Isn't a reason to.
Nope.
Show the answer, Robert.
None. You can't have a space in a word in Scrabble.
There we go.
And there
And that
it
was
is.
Jay Party.
Congratulations to Team Alex for dominating by 1,300 points and -800 to -2,100. William, I think we might have made this a little too hard. Don't worry. Next time we'll streamline. We'll have a timer.
All right.
I'll have sound effects. And right now, we're gonna start the game.
So
D&D.
fun fact, I just Googled Karl Marx Scrabble, and Google AI is telling me that Marx is worth 10 points, Karl is worth 10 points, and Marxist is a valid Scrabble word and worth 16 points.
I got 21 points from Scrabble Scorer.
Well, you can't have a space in Scrabble, so the answer's none.
Right.
Great.
So, I did promise a gold star, so let me go ahead and Google image gold star for Team Alex.
I do feel like, given that one of the categories was about a person on your team, the fact that you ended at -800 is not particularly.
Anyone could have said they wanted Alex. Ronnie was the first one to draft her.
I said me.
Ronnie beat you.
Ronnie beat you to it.
I mean, that's not about me not wanting Alex. That's about me having a slow reaction time.
Sounds like your slow
You're high
reaction.
value, Alex. You're high value.
I want my gold star.
Give it, Robert.
I am
Over.
putting it on the, it will be on the recording.
Okay.
Wait, I can fix this.
What's that mean?
There.
Here is also your gold star.
I now have a gold star.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Alex, feel free to give yourself a gold star as well.
Huh?
Good talk. Anyway, what happened last time?
Unfortunately, Dave, Adarsh, you are not allowed to give yourselves a gold star.
Oh,
Hey, Rebel, what happened last time?
I gave a couple of people gold stars.
Oh, happened last time?
No, it happened right now. There we go. One for Ronnie.
I'm also glad we started earlier so we can do such amazing things together.
Alex category, to be fair.
Yeah.
'Cause we got the 500 and you guys got
Also,
the
it's
200
important-
and the 300.
it's a-
So
It's important to make things fair, you know? We can't let Alex
Yeah.
just sweep her own category.
Yeah, it would be very unfair. That's why we had all those lovely questions in Souls-like Alex I like that no one could answer. I thought for sure Ronnie would get the Clear Obscure question.
I didn't know they were Souls-like things. When you first said Dark Souls in the first question, my mind immediately went Elder Scrolls. I'm like, oh wait, no, wrong series.
The answer there is 3, 4, 5.
Wow.
Actually, it's 3
That's
MMO
unfair.
4, 5.
Is that ranked from last to first?
No, I hate Skyrim.
Okay.
It's actually 5 full, and others aren't relevant, but hey.
Anyway, after a long and arduous journey through the Sabine Highlands on a job you were sent on by Captain Wallace, you found yourselves at this massive lake where atrocities and Umbriae seemed to be abound. Eventually, your investigation led you, unfortunately losing Strieg to some sort of umbral scourge, to this strange, abandoned, collapsed entrance cave, overrun by Grylox. Your investigation in there eventually took you as far as this terminus with a massive, dying tree trunk. It was here that you met this man by the name of Dormund, who seemed insane, for lack of literally any other term, but had a lot of hot takes on everything, and was purported to be a ex-Beacon Knight. But when your investigation took you towards the tree with hopes of an answer, he attacked, and so too did the Watchers. You learned about the Lithic Ones, the Lithic One, these entities, gods, this god, you really aren't sure. They really didn't make it fucking clear. Now, did they? But after fighting, you defeated them and were able to regain a level of composure and safety within this terminus. After that, you found out that apparently there was a way down into the hollowed out center of this tree, and also there was something going on with that old, abandoned, but well reinforced, almost fortress down here, which, with a lot of Mira's anti-magical capabilities, you were able to eventually get open. Inside, you found a very powerful arcane iron blade, worth quite literally an inexplicable amount of money. It is probably priceless, though I am confident that given enough time, Mr. Beckett would try and put a price on it. But as you investigated, hunted, and tried to figure out what it could mean, what it could be, and how to get it out of here, considered, you tried, you experimented, and found out that while the door into this altar, whatever this place is, expelled anything that touched it, the altar itself seemed to hold anything that touched it. And leaving you confused and a bit lost, you begin to think, wonder, and consider. So I would ask unto you all, Samar, Lawrence, Gold Star Frey, Garrett, and Gold Star Mira, as you stand in this dimly lit room, trying to figure out what is going on, how to get this thing out, if it's worth trying to get out. What exactly are you guys doing?
So Frey, I think, has been circling the room and just like putting his hands on the statues, the walls, just seeing if he can pick up any traces of anything with his emotional resonance.
Lawrence will comment. Careful, Mr. Proc. If you're not, that sticky fingers joke from the other day might become very literal.
Well, I think I'll keep my distance from the altar. I certainly don't want to put its defenses to the test.
The only truly strong emotion or feeling that you kind of get is this sense of reverence from someone who is just heartbroken about things lost.
Okay. Where is he getting that from in particular?
It's the whole kind of room, really. I mean, I would say it's strongest around the altar, but the whole room has that general feeling.
All right. So I think if he finds that it is strongest near the altar, Frey will not touch the altar, but he might wherever he found it strongest, like maybe on like the steps of the altar, he will dig deeper into that emotion.
All right, you know what to do.
Yes. All right, wisdom, magic. 8.
Answer 1. Question the number of questions that you are able to get. I swear that's the only Jeopardy joke I'm going to make today.
All right. So my question is going to be, why does this place deserve reverence?
Interesting. It is holding the last gift of the person who created this is true love.
Last gift of person who created
the area
his...
here. Yeah, like no. So like I phrased it awkwardly. This place, meaning this room that you're in, is revered because it holds the last gift of the person who created it, the room's true love.
Last gift of the room's true love.
The room's creator's true love.
The room's creator's true love. Okay. Okay.
I phrased it awkwardly. I'm sorry.
The person who created this created it to put their love's last gift to them.
Yes.
Got it.
And you said lost love?
Yes.
Okay. So Frey has his eyes closed as I think he's kind of kneeling on the altar, just his hands pressed down against the stone of the steps. It is hard to make out, but there's a sense of reverence here, of worship. This room, it holds the last gift of a lost love, the person who built this place. Their lost love.
Okay. That's interesting because it felt like they created this to, I don't know. It doesn't feel like. I thought that they created it because they thought whatever was in here was dangerous, based on how difficult it was to get in and the fact that there's I don't know, the sword is impossible to remove. So, but I guess
That
that's
sounds.
slightly comforting. I don't know
Yeah.
that it's not
The
that.
idea that it's not placed here for everyone else's safety is certainly a relief.
Right. Exactly. Well, in that case, they probably did not put in a way to get it out if we wanted to, right?
Right. Because
Um,
the goal was to keep everyone away from it.
Yeah. Or to keep it safe from people. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Terrible people like us.
Well, you know, I'm
Terrible
happy to
cultural
leave it, but
gifts.
it seems like that's not where we're leaning at the moment.
Lawrence places a hand on on Samar's shoulder. My last 3 treasure hunts ended with me getting shot, sifting through the ashes of an ancient funeral pyre. That was sorry. Last 2 treasure hunts were me getting shot and sifting through the ashes of a lost funeral pyre. I would really like to come out in the green on this one.
I mean, you're not convincing me that we should be taking this, if that's what you were trying to do by saying that. But fine. Do we have an idea of how we're going to get it?
I'm no mage. Could you just break the thing? The altar? Would all the pieces still be sticky?
Good question. Robert, do we know if like a magical spell like this, if it's sort of, I don't know, like if we were to break the altar, is that sort of, would that remove the spell, or is it like all of the component parts would also be sticky?
William will throw out there that usually magic items are very difficult to destroy.
Yeah.
I would
But it's hard to say
say,
this is-
yeah, like, if they went through this much effort, like, no roll needed, trying to destroy it would probably be an entire act unto itself.
The altar specifically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. It seems unlikely that we can do that. I mean, you're welcome to give it a shot, but Mira, what did you say the sword does?
I'm scrolling back up.
Yeah.
She'd mentioned the, shadow teleportation, the take damage to do more damage. It gives you system strain when you use the abilities. Obviously, she does not say game mechanics.
Sure, yeah.
It will exhaust you.
Okay, well, I'm willing to try something, but are you guys all gonna jump down my throat about it again if I do something risky?
Talking about it beforehand would be preferable.
Yeah.
I'll certainly not jump down your throat for at least bringing up an idea.
I would like to put out our lights and see if I can carefully grab the sword without touching the altar and try to use its power to transport it off of the altar.
All right. There's two things you need to keep in mind with that idea. The first is that if this was made to safeguard this blade, would it make sense for the blade's ability to be able to escape its hold? The second thing is, worst case scenario, you lose the ends of your fingers. Or maybe more.
That's fair. We did drop a rock onto the blade and confirm that touching the sword itself doesn't make you lose, doesn't stick anything to the sword. So it is just the altar. So provided I was careful and only touched the sword and not the altar, we should be safe on that front. But
when we did the rock test, was it like the rock was drawn off the sword onto the altar, like it was pulled to the altar?
No, it bounced off the sword and then went on the altar and stuck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Will is our only person who seems to know much about magic as a study, I suppose. Doctor, is it possible to use an item like this by just grazing it, or laying your fingers upon it, or anything like that?
I mean, Robert, would I know? My guess is no, but I feel like this is not the kind of magical item I probably have much experience with, but if I can roll for it, I will.
What is the specific, would you know?
Like, could I use it by without holding the sword fully? If I were just to put my hands on the sword without touching the altar, would I still be able to use its powers? What is the minutia of using a magical effect like this, basically?
Yeah, give me an int magic.
Sure. I really wish. I miss when I had Rohan and I had such good magic.
Yeah, unfortunately, Samar didn't pay attention in enchanted wieldables using mana class.
Yeah.
Generally, if an item, if something would need to be held to be used and then someone enchants it, it would need to be held as it would in order to be used. But again, that's kind of generalizing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they look at Lawrence and they just shrug. And they're like, I don't know.
Well, before you try anything, I have a gut feeling we might want to put our things outside before taking the sword. What is all those stories about, tales of fantastical treasures and rocks begin falling the moment you take them from their, place of storage?
Sure. Okay. We can do that.
When you talk about rocks falling, perhaps the rest of us should wait outside as well with our things.
Not a terrible idea, I don't think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
think that's
Great,
probably
it's heading
for the best.
towards the door.
Yeah.
Doctor,
I
are
would
you
feel more safe with someone with our stuff so the Grylex don't take it anyway. But
Mm-hmm. Doctor, are you sure you wish to try this before we allow Miss Tyrell to use her ability again?
I can be careful.
And just to make sure we're on the same page, you are okay with the idea that you may lose some fingers here?
I mean, I'm not going to do that, but sure.
Lawrence glances at both Mira and Garrett.
Yeah, let us sneak on out of here.
Okay.
I can't think of a better option, and to be honest, this was something that I did think about as being an option, using the sword's shadow powers to teleport through shadows. Though, admittedly, since this room's all dark, there is no shadow do we need to leave a light source to create a shadow first for you to be able to then go to another shadow?
Is shadow really that different from darkness?
They're probably interchangeable, I have to
Oh.
imagine.
I mean, when you say shadow, I imagine a shadow cast by something, and if you're fully in dark, then nothing casts a shadow.
Right. That's what I was.
I mean,
that
the
was only
ceiling
thing I
is
was-
casting a shadow, right?
Isn't
There's light somewhere.
No, because there's no light. No, that's. I don't think
Hold.
that's how that works.
Miss Tyrell, was shadow a turn of phrase, or were you being specific about that?
Go back up.
Alex, I'll give you. It was a turn of phrase in the way I wrote it. It would work in darkness. As long as you, like, know where you want to go.
I guess it could work in darkness. I'm not 100% sure, but I think so.
Lauren shrugs at that. Looks back to the others.
I think even if we were to cast a shadow somewhere else, we're still gonna have to turn off the lights because I can't make a shadow where the sword is and where I am, I don't think. 'Cause it's sort of in the middle of the room, so.
I mean, I think the one other thing to consider with all of this is how badly do we want this blade? I mean, I don't know if it's going to actually help us in our endeavor here.
I'm happy
if it
to
has
leave
anything
it.
to do
I
with
clearly
it.
can't use swords, so.
I could certainly see it being helpful. The ability to, for lack of a better word, teleport around a battlefield can be immensely helpful. Plus, it's an iron sword that's better than any close range weapon that we have right now.
I mean,
Oh,
even
yes, I'm
beyond
just-
that, the simply if ultimately no one wants to keep it, if simply selling it would set up both myself and you a lot of the the name was Fortune's Accord out of character, right?
It would certainly put a pretty penny towards rebuilding the keep and everything.
Your
And it would
livelihoods would
be
be
some
made
small
for.
comfort with Samar's missing hand.
Yes, that is something I'm also concerned about.
I'm
Why
not
would
gonna
not?
lose my hand, come on.
I'm just saying that it seems like a possibility,
It is a
not
distinct
something to
possibility.
easily discount.
Oh no. I knocked my earphones out.
Like, there's much I'd risk my hands for, but something so direct like this.
I
But
don't know.
it's ultimately your choice, Samar. I just know that I would not risk my hands. I wouldn't know what to do with my rings.
I'd have known some people to replace them with hooks. Put the rings on that.
Hooks for
Well,
fingers.
just smiling. He's telling a joke.
Frey just looks horrified.
I think it's probably clear to all of you that Samara's like, yeah, I'm not gonna lose my hand. It's fine.
Where's this confidence
Just-
of
Mira
yours
looks
come from, Doctor?
concerned.
I'll be careful.
I mean,
Many are.
worst case scenario, Samar already reattached Mira's arm. I'm sure if we had to wait a day, we could reattach Samar's hand.
I don't think it works that way. I
don't
think
think
Mira
that-
is sort of a special situation.
The human body does not work that way, Mr. Viacourt.
You're telling me you can't magically reattach a hand or a finger? I thought
I
that was
doubt
part of the
it.
whole magic healing thing.
I couldn't have attached somebody else's arm. I mean, a finger, I don't know. I mean, I could give it a shot, but like, I wouldn't count on it. I wouldn't use the fact that I was able to do Mira's arm as a proof that I could do that for anyone else.
I mean, yes, I do know that Mira is special. So
I hope you don't consider it rude for me to
Alright.
point out that you are arguing against your own position, Doctor.
I mean, it's not my position because my position is I'll be careful.
Lawrence just shrugs at that point. Is Frey already making his way out, or?
Yeah, Frey is squeezing his way back out the door, which I think is just open like a Joe. There's a Grylux right outside. Frey like starts like shoving his way out, and I think like when he's like halfway there and he can actually like see outside, what does he see? Because I think he does have his little flame with him with the Grylux.
Robert?
I had hit the mute button. Multiple sets of eyes at the edge of the water, staring and reflecting back.
Frey, he pauses a moment, just kind of watching to see if like they move or react at all to like his light.
Not really, just staring.
Frey slowly retreats back inside, and they're still out there. They're right there.
Well, they do live here, and we are likely the most interesting thing to visit in who knows how long.
Right. So I worry about what happened before.
As long as we are not making sudden movements or running, shouting, I think we may be fine. I don't know that matter-of-factly mind. Call it another gut feeling.
Well, I mean, somebody's gonna come out there with me, right?
Yes, I will.
I don't want to be out there alone. And yes, Frey will squeeze his way back out the door. Oh my god, I just went further.
God.
Frey, I think as soon as he sees this, Frey, like when he comes out and he sees this, I think he like reels back and just like bumps into Mira.
Just very, very quickly scramble to get in front of Frey.
Careful, mind the door. What's happening?
There's several of them.
Are they
More
making
than
any
I-
sudden,
No,
any
I
sudden
think
movements?
they're just watching. But
Watch
they're
back.
gathered.
What of the path?
I can't see it from here. And I would rather not get closer to the water if it's all the same.
Path was down here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they're kind of all around. Bear seems nervous.
Well,
I
Robert,
count
can I
at
pitch
least
you a
12.
roll?
I'm sorry, two people were talking at the same time. Alex first.
Mira just said that she could count like 12 plus.
And Idarsh, what were you saying?
Can I pitch you a roll? Could I possibly roll a dex into it to figure out how hard I think it would be to grab the sword as much as possible without losing my hand, basically, without like touching the altar? Like above the
you know
table,
what?
I
Go
want to know
for it.
like what the DC is.
Go for
basically,
it.
but, you know,
Yeah, go for
okay.
it.
Lawrence is going to hand his bag to Frey through the door.
Yeah, Frey will take it. And I think kind of, drop it on the ground by the wall next to him.
I would say Samar, on a scale of like 1 to 5, 5 being in the middle, it would be. So the big problem is like you wouldn't be able to get your whole hand around it. Like physically, impossible with how it's laying on this altar. You could definitely get your palm on, like, the hilt.
Okay. Okay.
But
I mean,
beyond that, it would probably, like, anything beyond that would be a very difficult ask.
okay. All right. Well, I mean, I'll at least try that, I guess. But I will wait for everyone to decide if they're leaving and stuff.
So, you're with me on this one, Mr. Viacourt, that this would be a boon.
Did I have this sword?
Hmm.
Yeah. I think if there's a way to get this sword without Samar losing a hand, I think we absolutely should take that opportunity.
My only thoughts is that, wouldn't it be better if we waited a day and had Miss Tyrell do it, with her ability to negate magical effects?
I agree. My biggest concern is our Grylux friends out there. How much more time we're going to be able to have down here before they realize that the Watchers aren't around. I don't know if that makes us scarier than the Watchers, or if, since we took them out, or if they think that, well, if we took out the Watchers, and they did a pretty good number on us before they gave up after we got inside the house, maybe they think they can take us down too, now that they know that the Watchers aren't invincible.
Not certain if that checks out. If they thought something was invincible and it was slain by a group, I would personally fear said group. Though these aren't humans by any means, so we can't make such assumptions about what their thoughts
would be. Yeah, that's true.
If they have any at all. For now, they're staring, which they did for a considerable amount of time before leaving, back when we stayed in the hut.
That's also correct, yeah.
Ready? Are you guys staying or going?
I'll stay here, I guess, in case you need help keeping from bleeding out of your fingers.
Mr. Viacourt, why don't you pass along your bag, aside from some medical equipment?
Sure, I'll pass that on out to Frey as well.
And Frey will take that and put it down next to Lawrence's.
Great. Alrighty. I'm gonna get on up there, and I will. Okay. And yeah, I will, I guess, turn off my light, and then try to get my palm on this sword, being very careful not to touch the altar.
All right. Give me a dexterity sneak. And Garrett and Lawrence are just waiting by the door?
Yeah, I don't want to light Samar up so that there's at least some shadow there that they can step into with the lantern. So if I have to back up a little more, I can. But I do want to be close nearby.
Our bags are already outside. It's important.
Okay.
Yep.
No!
Don't worry, Garrett can re-roll the roll.
Jesus. Maybe you should have Garrett who can re-roll to it.
All the times to roll so badly. No.
You start to put your palm and, like, obviously, you're gonna be fine. You've got trained experts at all of these things with you. You're gonna be fine. No reason to stress. Don't get in your own head. Don't get in your own head. And you go to grip, and as you do, you just... Maybe your palm was swaying, you're not sure. And all of your four fingers as you're going around, maybe you miscalculated. They all just immediately stick to the altar.
No. This is so embarrassing more than anything. Fuck. Well, I guess I'll still try to use the power, see if it'll work.
I mean, worst case scenario, you lose your fingers. Best case scenario, you lose the skin off the back of your fingers, because technically it's only the back of your fingers that are adhered.
You're degloved a little.
No. It's more like the like fingerprint area that's like stuck.
Great.
We don't need those for
Perfect. Now
identification.
Samar can commit crimes without getting caught.
Mr. Viacourt,
All the times to roll so
did you
bad.
did that happen? Am I seeing this correctly?
Looks like Samar. Samar, your finger's stuck.
I don't want to talk about it. Give me a minute.
Lawrence lowers his glasses to get a good look. Putting them back on.
Their palm is resting on the sword, on like the hilt of the blade, and all of their fingers but their thumb are firmly attached to the altar.
Frey and Mira just hear Lawrence stuck. Just definitively.
Are you sure you still want to go through with this?
I mean, is there a choice at this point?
I mean,
Oh, I didn't consider what might happen if...
if they now teleport while stuck to it, is it just gonna rip off part of the skin, which, you know, that'll grow back? Or is it just gonna take the fingers, you know? Or dislocate the shoulder, wrench the shoulder, but not let you travel?
I think Samar hearing this is like, okay, I can't think about this. I just got to try it. So he's going to try it.
Yeah, can I get a comment in first?
No. Samar is very specifically trying to do it before anybody says it.
Before anyone can get any more
Uh,
words in their head.
I'm
Yeah.
not much of a butcher, but I have, you know...
And it's already happening. Unfortunately, you are not considered wielding it, and nothing happens.
Oh. So just, I have skinned a few animals here and there.
Okay, horrible question. Am I not holding it enough? Is that the problem?
You are not considered wielding it.
You're not really holding it.
You have, like, your palm, like, right by your thumb around the hilt of the sword.
I think in order for it to count, the fingers would have to be wrapped all the way around the sword. Is that correct?
That's an assumption.
That is an
'Cause
assumption.
You
Thank you,
can't
William.
wield the sword by cupping it in your hand.
Now, I would argue you can't wield a sword if it's laying on the ground.
That too.
Hmm.
All right, Samar. I will come over. I will pull out my knife, one of my two knives. I'll give you a choice, Samar. If you want, we can try and fillet the tips of your fingers.
Oh my god.
God.
I feel like the phrasing could be a little more delicate, Mr. Viacourt.
Frey just hears that. It's silent otherwise, so Frey can hear that echoing 30, 40 feet across this altar room.
Frey is just like
I keep
He
it
is just
really nice,
wincing.
really nice and sharp. It's like slicing onions so they're paper thin.
oh
See
god.
right through them.
Oh.
We just, if I do this right, as long as the blade doesn't touch, or the handle, or my own fingers don't touch the table, we should be able to just, you know, a little slice.
I think if anyone's going to do it, I would like to do it.
Smart.
you
I would
wanna
like
do
you to
it
give me another
yourself?
dexterity into it.
I mean, I also have some painkiller, of course, for the, you know.
Well, yeah, we would need some
Surgery.
painkiller, and we would need a little bit of alcohol to sterilize.
Sure, we got
Frey
that between us.
just whispers to Mira, I don't think it's going well.
I don't know if we would be able to help.
Smart.
Actually,
You can't tell if you're intentionally doing it or if it's just the fact that, like, over time your hands kind of get numb from, like, being held in this awkward position right now. Like, it's definitely, like, anytime you move at all, like, a single cell getting, like, in any direction, it then gets stuck. You can feel where, like, more and more pressure and weight is being put on it, like... You can feel like the edge of your fingertip, like almost like the nail and the bone, and how they're like tightly up against the altar now.
Lawrence, do you have a weak acid possibly with regards to your cooking and or poisoning background? Maybe be able to make a weak acid that we could use to technically dissolve a little bit of skin?
Well, through my alleged poisoning background, I have had to deal with a few interesting situations. I might be able to prepare something.
Because if we pour a little bit of that acid on the table while we hold on to Samar's hand, and as it eats away, we gently pull back, it might release easier than just trying to rip the hand off the table.
Maybe. It's that or definitely remove the tips.
Yeah, like I said, just lightly fillet the tips there. Or flay, I'm sorry, flay, not fillet. Just lightly fillet the tips there.
I think if we're gonna do something, we should do it quickly. I hate to rush you because I know I got myself into this, but
if we wait until tomorrow, Mira can try and break the stone tablet, the stone thing, and not be affected by it herself.
If we wait till tomorrow and that doesn't work, I will lose the hand. I can tell you right now.
Mr. Frog, top pocket, dark purple bottle, please. Water skin.
Right. Okay. And yeah, Frey will take a moment digging through Lawrence. Does he see anything interesting while he digs through Lawrence's pack?
Like a powder horn, a box of bolts, a box of lead shots, that cracked gun probably near the top right now.
Mm-hmm.
Some like deep in there's like a very good smelling bag of spices, I imagine. Let's see. Some of the supplies for the tents. Oh no, maybe that'd be on the dock. Yeah, no. Cooking utensils. Otherwise, just some generic medical supplies. Most of his interesting stuff is on his the pouch that he keeps on his person.
Okay. One other question. Would his emotional resonance, like the surface level, pick up anything interesting while touching the things?
Okay, can you explain what that means?
So basically he can, when interacting with an object or area, he can gain an impression of the strongest emotion or feeling associated with it, as well as a vague description of who the emotion belongs to.
Are you going to direct anything specific? Like the bottle or something else?
I don't think he's like intentionally like searching around, but if he kind of like, just his hands kind of, naturally brushing up against things.
I got one, which is
okay.
Probably there's some excitement regarding the pouch of spices.
Okay.
Money. Is profit an emotion? Because you get that.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, excitement at potential profit.
All right. Cool.
From a man who is a shrewd and smart business dealer.
A wheeler and a dealer, if you will.
I think if Lawrence is paying attention, he'll see like Frey kind of pause a moment a little thoughtfully, but he will take out the requested items and pass them through the door.
Okay. Lawrence will return with that. You'll hand them to You'll hand them to Garrett. Are you familiar with mixing painkiller? Or was your experience more of a, shove a bottle of whiskey in their mouth kind of?
I didn't do a lot of. It was more the actual medics who did a lot of the painkiller stuff. If I was pressed in with that, it was a bit more on the here, give him this, and then I proceed.
Maybe we can have this conversation later.
Okay, then prepare the blades. I'll get the painkiller ready.
Yeah.
Lawrence will hand over his own dagger to add to the collection that's
all
being
right.
used.
So I will take the second dagger that I got from our dearly departed former Beacon Knight friend, and I will take Lawrence's dagger, and I will attempt to clean them the best I can, maybe with a little bit of alcohol or something borrowed from Lawrence's pack.
Chamber
So that,
Travel IPA.
Yeah, the travel IPA. Well, maybe more of a travel whiskey than an IPA. Gotta get the higher alcohol content.
Yeah, Lawrence will get the painkiller ready, and maybe in like a little like wooden cup or something, hand it to Samar to throw back.
Yeah, I will chug it.
Now you're wanting to do the procedure, Doctor, on yourself.
I think I'm probably, even in this situation, probably I have the most experience with this, right?
I'm fairly confident
okay.
in my hands.
So
My deafness.
real quick, are you left-handed or right-handed?
I'm right-handed, but I use my left hand for the sword because the picture was pointed in the direction that I would have had to use my left hand.
No, it's just you know how it is when you're trying to do something.
No, I think that's
with
fair.
your
That's a
left
fair
hand,
question.
and-
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
All right.
that's why. Yeah.
I will hand over the one of the daggers. And I guess I'll have to move myself closer.
Yeah, Lawrence will make sure there's good light on the situation as much as possible.
Yeah. So I will hand over one of the daggers, making sure to not touch the blade that I have just done my best to clean. And
Now,
here we
Robert,
go.
If I try to do,
Don't
I try
get the
to do
dagger
this-
stuck.
can this be a heal roll?
Yes, it is going to be a... actually, it's going to be a couple of rolls.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. First, we're going to do a pain tolerance roll. I want a con exert.
Does he get? Do they get any bonus for the laudanum?
Yeah, you have actual, like, the good stuff?
Yeah, we established that when Frey got hurt.
Okay, yeah, in that case, give me a +2 to your con exert.
Okay.
Okay, you've calmed your nerves. You're hopefully finding that perfect peak of no nerves, but not high as shit.
Yeah.
Now I am going to need a dexterity heal, because you gotta keep your hand fucking steady. One slip and... oh boy.
Please.
Would you like one of us to hold your hand in position, pull lightly
Yes.
upwards?
Yes, that would be great.
Do you want to do that, Mr. Viewcourt, while I keep the light steady?
Certainly I can help out with that.
Great. Do I get a bonus from that or anything?
I will say, Garrett's holding.
Yeah.
Garrett, give me a dex exert to see how good of a job you can do holding it. And also making sure you don't get, like, any of your clothing or anything stuck.
I am going to re-roll that.
Yes, that is not going to be of positive assistance.
Smidgen better.
Smidgen better. Not enough.
Not enough.
All right.
Did my shirt just get stuck to the table?
Cut it out. It's fine.
Oh.
Okay, we're gonna... Fuck. Okay.
It's pretty big.
Garrett's holding your hand up. And you've got this fucking knife, and you're, everything you've got. Like, you've got to, like, come down from, like, the side of the blade.
Yeah.
And you just, one fell swoop, just, and, if you would, 1 second. Let me pull up my rules on execution attacks. I'm gonna modify those for this from here on out.
Okay.
All right,
It is
so
very fun to use an execution attack for like surgery, basically.
yeah, essentially. I'm going to say that. Go ahead and. You're using a dagger?
Yeah.
All right, roll a 1d4 for damage.
Okay.
Okay, that's not bad. And now I will say.
I'm trying to cut off as little as possible.
Yeah.
Just to be clear.
Give me a. Give me a physical save. Oh!
Exactly enough.
You
Big.
and like one fell quick swoop while Garrett is pulling your hand up. Just he pulls, you slice through, you immediately just feel blood gushing. You take another 2 damage is fine for now. You just and just slice through. As you do, the you like bring it up at the last second. Your thumb on the blade of the knife maybe an inch away from touching the altar. As you yank it all up, yeah, your 4 fingers are now, the ends of them are gone, and specifically your pinky, you can now see bone. It is the worst of it, and they are gushing.
I'm gonna heal myself. Get my 2 HP back.
You immediately just kind of wrap your hand, and they start to, and oh fuck, it still hurts though.
Of course, absolutely.
So for the pinky, did like we can see bone? Did that just like grow out to normal pinky size, or do you now have a short pinky?
You could like see like it just lobbed off the entirety of the skin on the end to the point where the bone is like exposed on the end.
But after the heal.
When they healed.
So the healing does not bring anything back, so the bone is still exposed.
Huh.
That's gonna be a little sensitive.
Interesting. Well, I'm gonna wrap it. Yeah.
So wait, if it doesn't bring anything back, will skin eventually grow over that if you've already healed it? Or you can have like your pinky finger out forever?
I'm gonna try not to think about it for right now. And
so-
we'll think about that later.
Samara is free, correct?
Yeah.
Samar is free.
Samar is now free of the table.
And their fingers and a lot of blood are now all over the altar.
Great. Well,
I suppose.
so that didn't work. I did also try the teleporting, and that didn't work. So, I don't think that's going to be how we get it. I
Lawrence
guess we
just
wait a day.
nods.
Yeah, I think our best bet at this point might be to wait a little bit.
Let Miss Viacourt try tomorrow.
Mira, Miss Mira.
Miss Tyrell.
Viacourt?
William's fault. Lawrence would have said
We're
Miss
married
Tyrell.
now.
That's William's fault.
Your wife is going to kill me.
Yeah, Lawrence would have said Miss Tyrell. That's William's bad.
All right.
There's
think a
an
character insists on
awful
last
lot
names.
of Grylox out here. We can wait inside, or
We could. I have brought some supplies for a few days just in case we need it.
Yeah. You guys can make the decisions now.
Hmm.
Samar is avoiding eye contact very pointedly.
Mr. Frock, Mr. Viacourt, any preferences here? Shall we, rest for a while? Hope the Grylucks choose to scatter, go about their business, give Tyrell a chance to try her luck, her ability.
Oh, we just waited a day, so I don't want to just sit here and waste another day. I do think maybe we should wait a little, see if the Grylucks move off, but I want to get back to that tree and see if maybe we can climb down inside there, like we originally planned with the longer rope.
Mm-hmm. Understood.
Yes, I feel that whatever is down there, maybe it will be the next clue.
Well, I'm not sure about you, Mr. Frock, Miss Tyrell, but I believe I will be waiting in here to not try my luck with the door.
Yes, I think since the room hasn't collapsed on you, I'll be coming back inside now. And Frey will take your bags and kind of, shove them through this door in front of him first.
Lawrence will pull them out of the way.
And then he will squeeze through himself.
Mr. Frock, you're not particularly squeamish, I hope.
I would... Since you're asking me that, I have a feeling that, whatever you're thinking of, and he does kind of like a glance towards Samar, will make me rather squeamish.
I'd not look too closely at the altar, then.
I will make myself comfortable over here. And he'll go just like set himself up in the corner here. You do have all your fingers, right?
In a manner of speaking.
Lords gives one of those more or less gestures.
Frey looks a little queasy at the prospect. I suppose it's the best we could have hoped for.
I was hoping for better, but sure.
He just gives a a small smile at that. Something placating.
Yeah.
All right. So, Mira, are you heading back in as well?
Yeah. It's, on my notes.
Alrighty. So you all get inside. What is the plan? Spending the rest of the day in here?
An amount of hours. Give it 2 or 3 hours. See if the Grylucks leave.
Alrighty. Otherwise, is there anything else immediately that anyone needs to do or wants to be doing while,
I'll just keep watch over here, I guess.
Lawrence will resort through his supplies, make sure it's all in the right place.
I'm just gonna do anything I can to dress my wounds and stuff. Try to encourage healing as much as possible so that the skin grows back.
It's definitely a case of, like, you would lob off some of the bone and then be able to bring the skin over it.
Ooh.
Yeah. Which obviously is something that would require a lot more doctoring than what you can do in a dirty cave.
Yeah.
You know, a minor amputation as a treat.
Lawrence is very familiar with those.
Great. It's fine. I'll leave it.
So, Mira, you keep your eyes peeled while the rest of you take some time relaxing and resting and getting your bearings. And we will go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break. I didn't mean for it to kind of dun dun dun, but you know, it is what it is. So a couple of hours go by. You guys rest, relax, get your things together. I don't know what your plan is at this point.
See if the Grylex left. Miro's watching them.
Yeah.
So Mira, through your watching, sorry, I did not move all of them, and by that I mean I forgot I needed to update their positions. There are. You've seen a lot of movement. There are still a few around, but you've definitely heard some splashing and movement that at least a few of them have left.
Well, some of them are gone, but not all of them.
Want to actually give it the night then?
I mean, how many is summoned? Not all of them. I mean, are they mostly out of the way, or is it a couple left, or is it like they're all still there?
I can see 4, but I mean, the field of view is not great.
Well, how many can Samar sense within 60 feet?
Good question. I will use my mind light. I will stand at the door.
All right, stand at the door and do your 60-foot mind light.
Yeah.
Certainly a handy ability, that.
Yeah. See? When you ask if all I can do is heal people, I can do other things.
Doctor, please never let it be called into doubt how I value your assistance. Because I genuinely do.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
There are 9 that you detect.
Okay. I will share that.
Most of them are either in front in this area or up in this area.
I mean, yeah, do we want to wait them out, or?
Well, we're not going anywhere anyway, right?
Well, I mean, the hope is to go to the tree.
I mean, not right away, though. Right?
I thought that's where we were
I was
going
under the
next.
impression that we were waiting to go to the tree until after we do the sword thing.
I think some people wanted to go before, but Lord doesn't care which order.
My thought process was we literally just did if you'll forgive the D&D parlance, long rest. So I didn't want to do a long rest and then immediately do another long rest. I wasn't
You
sure
can only
if-
benefit from up to 1 rest a day, so...
Yeah. So we'd have to literally sit here and do nothing for a whole... To do the sleep to get Mirror to allow her to ignore the magic effects again.
Sure. I guess I was remembering that we thought maybe we would not be able to get back up.
It's possible. We don't know.
I mean,
Well,
that was not in character, William.
We can finish an in-character conversation, though.
Not be able to get back up out of the tunnel or up out of the tree.
Out of the tree.
Tree.
Well, they're saying you tie someone and you lower them down a bit. Unless they get stuck out of the rope, then I guess, yeah.
We may need to prepare for that.
Well, not much sense waiting around more if we want to go. I don't
they
know
around
if they're
the
going to
path?
leave more. I didn't hear what you said.
saw Grylex Ghost enter through the thing. Are they near the path? Can you check?
Are they?
I would
There's
have to
one.
Go out there.
There's one that Samar can detect.
Okay. There's one near the path.
We may need to wait for that one in particular, unless we do cause a ruckus.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, at the very least, we could maybe get a better look in the tree rather than going all the way down. I don't know. I feel like maybe we should do something that just sit and wait here all day.
Certainly understand, but this seems to be our best. This cave seems to be our best bet for where our ultimate goal is.
Right.
And we only really have two things left. The one that seems most likely for book seems to be a potential one-way direction.
I see what you're saying there. Okay.
So I think we should be as ready as possible before we take
Alright,
that
well
leap,
then,
so to speak.
if that's the case, then we're not gonna pass up on the sword. I guess that would be.
Less than ideal.
Yeah.
We don't have to take it. I mean, if the person who made this place, left it here because it was the last gift of their loved one, isn't it kind of not
Alice.
nice to take it away? Mir looks kind of sad.
I'm afraid if grave robbing is where you draw the line, Miss Tyrell, this mission was not for you from the beginning. We were seeking a book from a tomb.
It's different. That was not in character.
You sure?
She just kind of frowns and doesn't say anything.
Well, if we're going to be waiting, Mr. Brock, do you have any stories to tell as the time?
Oh, I can certainly think of a few. And because Ronnie cannot think of any right now, Frey will launch into a variety of tales, some of which I think would be like maybe sort of like fairy tale type things that, he's heard and picked up over the years. Others just kind of like some of the odder or eccentricities of like some of the clients that he worked with in Alasir. Maybe a fancy zoo he went to one time with like exotic beasts.
Lawrence will trade off and tell some stories about stupid pirates doing stupid things. He'd frame them all as I've heard about X happening, but they're all a little more detailed than one would expect from a story they heard from someone else.
Wonderful. Is there
Drunken shenanigans,
Yeah.
All right.
While all that's going on, Garrett's gonna kind of wander off over here by himself for a bit.
Perform some dark rituals in the dark.
Not really dark rituals, but just kind of.
Did Mr. Villacourt just go and stand in a dark corner?
I do believe he did. Would you like a candle or something?
I didn't take a candle with me, did I?
Nope, you are
you don't have
totally invisible.
Okay, I would have taken a candle with me. I apologize.
He's probably just using the taking a rest, if you will.
So I would
Maybe
just kind of,
eat it outside, but
yeah, just kind of over the quarter, taking a little bit of a closer look at like the back of the thing, but just not being fully social right now, and kind of wanting to be on his own. Things have been going downhill since he last left Artivishte, and maybe he never should have left after he got back to Viv, he's kind of thinking.
I think while Garrett has stepped away, Frey will beckon the others over.
before we do that scene, can I ask how Samar and Mira are during this wait? Like, is Mira spending most of her attention like just keeping an eye on things outside? Is she like listening or?
Yeah, I mean, she is keeping a very close eye on outside, but listening at the same time, you know, best she can.
I think Samara is listening and like probably enjoying the stories, but is a little quiet.
In a bad mood.
Yeah, I think they're just embarrassed. Like, it's clear that they were so cocky and then immediately got cut down to size, and it's clear that they're just kind of like, I want people to not remember that I'm here right now.
The pride hurts worse than the hand.
Exactly.
Fucking Frey and Lawrence being social in the others. God.
Mira being a paranoid guard at the gates.
I think Samara's in a mood where
Mira's
like
the new Strigg.
they chime in very occasionally when they have something like especially funny to say, and they're every time like they get a laugh, they're like, I'm doing it, I'm getting back in their good graces, I'm earning their respect back.
God.
I do want to add that like when Frey is like kind of, you know, telling his stories and stuff, he is a very animated storyteller. So he puts like, you know, gestures and emotions into all of it. He's very very involved and physical.
I say the noble thing about Lawrence is that, or he laughs at his own jokes. Like he enjoys his own stories a lot. These are probably things he's told a good few times. He does do his best to not laugh too loud though.
Oh, wonderful. But yeah, so after Garrett kind of, you know, goes off into his own little shadowy corner, Frey will beckon the others over, and I have had a thought, and I expect I'm not the only one.
Mm-hmm.
But with all that Adrian told us about what happened to his sister, how she was taken by a dark shadow and she came back wrong, and that he believes that some part of her was kept by that monster. I can't help thinking of the parallels of, well, what's happened to Garrett.
Yeah.
It certainly seems quite similar.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't really know what to do about it.
I mean, if some part of him has been taken by that thing, maybe finding that thing would be the key to getting him back. There's also the worry, I mean, what he did with Streak's trail, and Adrian telling us how his sister murdered one of their companions.
Yeah.
Is it true that Mr. Streak was an assassin? Mr. Viacourt said as much.
It was, yes. he is
A skill, if not by trade.
Lawrence does not seem shocked or like immediately off-put by the answer. I thought that laugh was more pointed back at the manor. But I suppose none of you heard. What Mr. Viacourt's going through is not an original thing. He's not the first. Countless people have been afflicted by the Umbriae, have been changed by it. Sad thing, genuinely. And I don't know if I've ever heard of someone, well, making a full recovery.
Do you believe there's nothing that can be done then?
When I believe... Mr. Farrak, how close are you to Mr. Viacourt? How much do you care for the man?
Ray is quiet a moment, looking over in Garrett's direction, and I care for him greatly. I want to make sure he can get home. I want him to survive this. I mean, we've been through so much already.
He was certainly ready to jump aboard the bandwagon to ride out and seek a way to end the curse upon you. It's good to hear that care is shared. True brotherhood like that is not the most common thing.
Ray smiles a bit, though it's definitely a bit of a strained one.
I would say it is all the more reason to see this out, see this through, find the book. If there's any way to find out how to save the man, and I mean well and truly save him, return to how he was. That would be how we find out.
Yes, and I can't help but feel that the answer we're looking for has to be down in that tree. A tree that was blessed with knowledge.
Sacred to a... Not a man who is not all there. Clearly magical, some way. But those watchers...
And I felt it when I touched it. It is... Usually when I touch things, it's so often so... I mean, especially the things that sometimes I'm asked to touch. They're unpleasant, grisly. They just reek of death. But this was enlightenment. It was vast. It was greater than you or me, and like I've never considered myself a particularly faithful person, but is that what it feels like to touch a deity?
Just be careful that those feelings do not become fervor.
Well, I'll try to contain myself. But,
There are many people out there who would use that feelings not too dissimilar from that to, well, justify some of the worst things men can do.
I'll admit I've certainly tried to evoke such feelings myself at times, and my patrons. It's a powerful thing. But it is easy sometimes what I do to lose myself in the things that I feel. So yes, I will. Maybe I should start wearing gloves. It's not exactly my style, but maybe it would help.
It's certainly recommended if you're touching grisly objects.
I try not to make a habit of it.
Does anyone say anything in the next few moments?
No, I don't think so.
I think Lawrence would get to his feet and walk over to where Garrett is, see what he's doing.
Nothing much. I'm just wanted to see if maybe we missed something when we were looking earlier. I feel bad about Samar losing their fingertips, and who knows if whatever's gonna happen with that pinky finger there. And I just wasn't feeling particularly sociable, so I didn't want to bring down anyone while they were enjoying Frey's tales.
Does Garrett turn to speak to say this to Lawrence?
Yeah, he would have turned around and talked to him.
Does he look put upon? Stressed, anxious?
Tired. He just looks tired.
That's understandable. We've had nothing but each other's company for, well, weeks at this point. But I did want to let you know it's about time for us to sit down to a meal.
Oh, okay. Sure. Thank you. I'll be over in a moment or two.
Lawrence will kind of turn his gaze to the back of the altar to see if there is anything there that looks like, anything significant, anything that Garrett is messing with or anything like that.
Nah, I'm not. There's nothing there. He's just kind of bullshitting on that. He's not even really looking. He just kind of wants to.
He's just being alone.
Yeah.
Lawrence will get some rations ready for the group.
And Garrett will sidle on over after a moment or two.
I think while Lawrence is preparing the rations, Frey will pipe up and do you think those could be improved any? Maybe with some of those spices you're hoarding away?
Maybe with time and a fire, but I believe I mentioned this to Mr. Viacourt. Those are for trading. Found a good deal in what was it? Fortuna Soul. Most likely I'll unload them in somewhere inland at some point.
You can't spare just a little bit.
Now, Mr. Farrak, that would cut into the bottom line.
But here I am paying you in excellent company.
Oh my. And when can I expect my recompense for the phenomenal company I'm offering you?
Well, I suppose when you put it that way, I did offer you a reading, you know. I do usually charge for those.
Oh my. Well, unfortunately, I don't make it my business to pay for things that are simply offered to me.
What about a bit of wine? I know you all said to pack a light, but I couldn't help myself.
Well, Mr. V-Court did bring a travel IPA, so I don't suppose you can be too blamed.
I'd say that sounds like a fair trade.
Unfortunately, without a campfire, there's not much improvement that'll happen.
And I suppose we can't exactly make one, can we?
I'd rather not inhale the smoke, personally. I've had enough of that.
Maybe there'll be a kitchen down in that tree. A dining hall.
I'd be shocked, but not but not upset.
If you could eat anything at all, what would it be? Anything that's not that, and he kind of gestures towards everything Lawrence is preparing.
Rob, what's the finest restaurant Alice here?
Oh God. I haven't looked at Alessier in such a long time.
Lawrence would spin a yarn of the nicest restaurant Alessier, a full course meal that they offer that is second to none in quality and freshness, that costs not only your arm, not only the fingertips, but your leg as well.
Oh, and Frey knows the place. He says, "Oh yes, of course. I've had reservations there several times now. You have to. Oh, if you must speak with the Dwayne. He's able to get you anywhere, anytime, in any company. It's really quite lovely."
I'm afraid it's not quite in the budget most of the time, but there were a few times I've gotten to enjoy it. Those honeyed rolls, just.
Oh, I would die for some right now. Maybe those little cakes with the frosted bits.
There's no beating those, truly.
How about you, Samar?
You know, I once said this to Abney, and he said that nobody's favorite was stew, but I think my favorite food is a stew. The kind that, you know, is just left going for days and days, and you eat from it, and then you add more stuff, and it just gets this richness. I think I have a lot of fond memories of when I think I've mentioned before that during the Black Sun, I spent my time in a cave with a bunch of people, and, you know, there's not a lot of good food to come by, but the people who knew how to cook made do, and there was something very comforting about having, you know, something that had a lot of flavor in a place that had few other luxuries. So I'm always partial to a nice stew.
An experience that's not unfamiliar with me. Unfamiliar to me.
Yeah.
Certainly was a lot of stew back then.
I don't think I have quite the taste for luxury that you guys do, but you know, I'm always willing to eat on someone else's dime. I would never say no, so I've
Certainly
been on
understand
occasion.
Well, then perhaps the next time we're all in Alistair, I'm sure that they could even do up a I'm sure they could even do up a lovely stew for you. One that I promise won't be days old.
Best you've ever had.
That
No,
sounds
often
nice.
stew is better the next day.
Is it? It
For
just...
flavors.
Mhm.
Ugh. I mean, when you say days old stew, I wonder when it starts growing things.
About
As
after
long as you
the
keep it hot
8-day
and
mark.
stirring.
That
Exactly.
sounds like a dreadful role. Just stirring stew all day and night.
It builds our muscles.
Not much else to do in a cave. Especially when you're 9 or whatever. So,
For me, it was that and peeling potatoes. Molding
Yeah.
potatoes at times.
I was telling fortunes on the streets. And running card games. What about you, Mira? Is there anything you're longing for that out here in the middle of nowhere?
Or do your wishes lie?
Just about food or about anything?
Anything at all?
What do you dream of?
Well, I don't dream. But I mean, not literally, at least.
You don't need to sleep to dream. Different things.
Well, I'd like to find out what happened to Cedric. I'd like to get him out of wherever he is. That's she kind of like looks at Lawrence. My best friend. He went to. Let me make sure I'm not talking out of my ass. Hello? He borrowed a lot of money when he was looking for me, when I was, trapped in the castle, and went into debt. And he's in custody right now, I guess.
Man.
We haven't really been able to find much about where he is.
Didn't he work in that postal service with you? Isn't
I
that
think so.
isn't that how she met Cedric?
Hold up. Yes, he worked for the Violet Herald with me when I did that.
Right, the Violet Herald.
I almost feel bad that I'm shocked that you have a best friend. What does that friendship look like exactly?
She kind of gives him a weird look, like, what do you
If I
mean?
had to guess, I would have thought it would be. He gestures to Garrett, Frey.
Frey smiles at Garrett.
Samar looks very offended that you did not gesture at Samar.
He only has 2 hands!
Well,
Samar is like, clearly I am Mira's best friend. What are you talking about?
Clearly not, she said otherwise.
Yeah, Cedric's her
I
best friend.
refuse to acknowledge.
I knew him for longer. I mean, even if, you don't see someone for a long time, that doesn't mean that you're not still friends, right?
Well, when you did regularly see him, what was that like?
Well, he taught me to fight. He used to be a boxer, right?
Lord's like, almost taken aback, like, he taught me to fight!
Yeah, that was awfully aggressive.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Right off there, yeah.
He seems very enthusiastic. Why can't I speak English today?
You gonna try French? I'm sorry, that language doesn't exist.
Stop.
It only exists in Claire Alone.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Expedition 33.
Yeah, Expedition 33.
Well, I mean, we weren't together all the time. We did different jobs, and we were always meet back up when we were in town at the same time. He introduced me to a lot of people. She kind of shrugs.
So
Do you have a best friend?
Me?
She nods.
Lawrence kind of like clearly his his thoughts turn inward, kind of like does like a half laugh, half sigh. I guess there's one person who might fit the bill, though. Maybe a best problem.
Please don't tell me you're going to say Captain Wallace.
No,
Okay.
Mira
we
makes
weren't
a
that
face.
close. I suppose if I had to pick someone, it would be Mr. Mori.
Do we know that name?
I'd be wild if you did.
Okay, just want to make sure it wasn't one of the random people we've met.
Unless it's something that Lawrence has brought up before, no.
He might have very briefly alluded to him before. I don't know if the name ever came up.
Frey will ask Mr. Mori.
I'm trying to find my entry on him here. I'm very blind. William is. It's in the wrong section. Yeah, Saul Mori, previous original head cook for the Black Dawn. I think he's currently giving people food poisoning up in Ceres.
Mira makes a go on gesture.
There's not much to say about him. Old man, has ideas about how things should be done. Really easy to get wrapped up in his nonsense. Bad at saying names, I guess. Not much else to mention about him. If you ever,
Certainly, you must have some stories.
Lawrence smiles.
Clearly, you have some stories.
I might have told him one or two earlier, but yeah, Lawrence wants to tell another quick, like, you know, dumb pirates doing dumb things, but instead of being like the first, second, and the third sailor, it's the first sailor, the second sailor, and Mr. Mori. I think it's very clear that at least some of the previous stories, like the patterns are there, were definitely involving this guy. And he'll probably end off with, if you ever want to get food poisoning, feel free to see him at hang on, let me find the name of the place.
Wow, I can't wait. I'm taking notes on what place this will be.
At the Salted Shank in Ceres. Sure, if you tell him I sent you, he might give you a deal on some some salt pork. Or was it Robert? Did we decide it was supposed to be beef, or
I don't remember.
whatever? It's one of the two. You guys get the idea.
Yeah.
It sounds like his cooking might be a bit much for my delicate constitution.
He's more of a bullshitter than a cook, I'd say. Like I said, real easy to get wrapped up in his nonsense. And when he speaks with this absolute confidence, no matter what subject, and sometimes it's easy to believe in him, even when knowing he's bullshitting. I learned a lot from him, honestly. Might be dead without him. A few times over.
That certainly sounds like a colorful figure. It seems you're better off all. What are the words I'm looking for? This looks like he's left you better off.
Maybe so. And weirdly enough, I've heard that supposedly he's an improvement on the Salted Shanks old cook. I don't believe that. And if you tell him that I called him my best friend, then you're dead to me. He looks everyone one at a time in the eyes.
Promise I won't say a word.
Good, good.
I likely won't step into his establishment either, so there will be no worry of that.
Lawrence laughs.
I guess I just really want to be with the people I care about. So, when you can't do that with all of them at the same time, I guess. So, I am happy. For the most part.
Well, I suppose
Seem
you
a
count
little
yourself-
bit conflicted, but you know.
Was that ended with, I guess I'm happy?
Yeah.
Well, Miss Tyrell, I suppose you can count yourself as one of the lucky few. I can't say many people can truly claim to be happy.
It seems that way.
So, as you spend more time conversing, considering, and figuring out your next move,
We give another hour or two, and then check to see if the path is clearer. Unless, were we actually just gonna wait the day and let Mira try the thing before we get on the tree?
I mean, I feel like at this point we might as well.
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah, that's fine.
you're just gonna spend the day here?
Yeah, seems it.
Yeah, why not?
Share stories, have some, meal or two throughout the day.
Alright. The rest of the day, you share more stories, you eat lukewarm backpack rations, you relax, or at least as much as you can, in what I suppose feels probably like the safest place you've been since... Oh god, since, Gorestone? Fortuny Soul, one or the other. And eventually, you all start to get to bed, and eventually, what you assume is day turns into what you hope is night, and eventually turns into another morning. Time has no meaning down here.
Can lose my one system string.
So, everyone awakens after considerable rest and relaxation, hopefully feeling at least a little bit better after another night of healing and recovering from the stresses of the day.
2 more stress off, or just 1?
2.
Okay, do you have to announce that you do your thing, or?
No, I mean, I assume as long as we're all together and we're doing
Okay.
stuff, you can assume
All right.
that. Yeah. Unless there's a reason that I wouldn't have been able to do it.
Yeah, I think as long as, if there's an actual reason, then that's one thing, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, so, anyway. It is a new day. It is a new morning. It's still yours. I have no NPCs to barge into the room. I have no anything to harass you guys with. You are in control of whatever's going on.
Well, I gave it my shot yesterday. I guess it's Mira's shot today.
Shall
Right.
we vacate as before?
You
Beforehand?
want me to just try to pick it up, right? Not break the altar?
Yeah. Just to pick it up.
Well, okay. If it works like the previous one, and you touch the door once and you're fine to touch otherwise, then if you going to pick it up and touching the altar for it, you can cancel it out and it counts as one continuous cancellation. If simply pulling the sword free doesn't do anything, you mentioned you were confident that you were tougher than stone. Well, wouldn't that consider be all in the same touch, maybe?
She kind of shrugs. I guess we'll find out.
Well, at least the solution, if you get stuck, is that we wait another day.
Am I waiting for everybody to get out of the room, or am I just gonna do it?
I think Lawrence would recommend we do as before.
Okay. I guess I'll
All right. Yep,
follow
then very
Lawrence's
well
lead.
head out.
Lawrence hands them his bag because he wants to watch.
Frey jumps as he spots the Grylex right there. And then he kind of like clamps a hand over his mouth.
Alrighty.
I guess I'm just gonna try to pick it up.
Is Garrett leaving or staying?
I'll come along with everyone else.
Lawrence is specifically staying inside.
Yeah, I'll hop outside and leave Lawrence and Mira to it.
No deja vu, it seems.
Well, I can't help heal Mira as
Fair.
much.
Mira, you are grabbing onto the hilt of the blade.
Yes, sir.
All right. You wrap your hand around, and as you do, your fingers begin to get stuck to the altar.
I will use my nullifier thing.
And you just say no thanks.
Mhm.
And you... Well, the sword's not moving, but your hand's not stuck.
I try to pull it away.
Give me a strength exert.
Alex, I need you to believe in the dream.
I mean, if you say it, then
Tell me you believe in the dream, Alex.
I believe, William, but the RNG is a cruel mistress, so I guess we'll see what happens.
Well, I believe in the... See, it got even because we both believe in wrong directions, opposite directions.
You pull with everything you've got. It doesn't budge at all.
It's really strong. I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull it off.
Are you going to try the other thing then, or...?
Sure, I will, Well, first of all, do I have any idea on if, like, magical stuff is resistant to being broken?
Give me an int magic. Generally speaking, yeah.
Is it the question then also, like, whether or not this is a magical altar or if it's just like a spell that is ongoing that is in this area? Or does that difference not matter?
I think that's... So, in this scenario, it is not an ongoing spell. It is like the altar itself has been enchanted with this.
Okay.
Still try.
Dumb question. The altar is like built into the ground, right? Like it's
Yes.
it's not.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
I might as well try. I'll,
Or it's taking cover. I just want to establish that.
Well, yeah, I probably would tell you to, just, in case of flying stone splinters or whatever.
All right. And you are striking the altar itself?
Yes. While keeping my hand on the sword.
Okay. You lean back and focus and bring your fist directly into the... you're going, like, side of the altar?
I was kind of thinking, like, the top, like,
Okay.
right next to the sword.
Okay, and you bring your fist straight down onto it. There is this huge vibration that, like, shakes everything. You immediately hear splashing sounds and the skittering and scratching of Grylux running around.
Can I tell if they're getting closer?
They are. They are all getting closer, yes.
Oh, goody!
And the altar is not is unharmed, as is the blade. Though you can see there is a crack from the altar in the stairs now.
Yeah. She kind of is, like, shaking her hand off. I don't know if it hurts, but
She's just doing it.
I don't know if I can do anything about this.
That was quite a lot.
If it wasn't magical, it probably would have worked, but... She kind of shrugs.
So, well, like, we felt like the ground shaking too, right?
You guys have felt like vibrations from her hitting it, yeah.
Okay.
Not hard, but, like, she hit it with fucking force. Like, the closest real-life equivalent would be, like, a car hitting the other side of a building.
Okay. So Frey definitely jumps, and his eyes going as he's seeing all these Grylux suddenly just, like, scurrying, splashing forward. And he turns, and I think, like, bumping into Garen. We should go back inside. Go back inside right now.
Can I tell what emotional state I'm getting from the Grylux? Do they seem like they're curious, or do they seem like they're gonna attack us?
The general one is, like, confusion, interest. Like, they're not, like, immediately violent. They're just like, oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck's going on?
Okay. I think I'll turn to Frey and say, I think we're okay. Just no sudden moves. They're just curious. Doesn't mean they won't come after us, but I think we're okay.
Well, I think I'd like to still be inside if it's all the same to you.
Yeah, I'll step to the side so that Frey can get by and step back, and also, like, I'll unlimber my bow and keep it ready, but not actively aiming at any of them, because of course I can't see them, though I would also have my light on.
And I think Frey, once he's inside, he'll say, "Whatever you did, it's got the lizard people all worked up."
I guess I
Is
should.
Mira still touching? I'm sorry, interrupt. Is Mira still touching the thing, like with her nullifier?
I guess so.
I
mean, she's kind of
Miss-
thinking, standing there thinking about, like, is there anything else I could do?
Why don't you try what? If you have your hand already and it's not stuck, why don't you try what the doctor was trying? See if you can use the sword.
Okay, I guess. Let's see. I mean, there's statues and shit in the room. I'm sure there's shadows.
Yeah.
Sure, I will try to use its ability, but I mean, if I can't wrap my hand around it enough, then I don't know.
No, you can. Like, it's like your hand is like I would say, like, the back of your hand is rubbing up against the altar doing it at this point in order to get your hand like the way, like, it
imagining.
yeah
Like,
in order to really get that full grip and hold on, and, like, you don't have to worry about it. So, like, you've got your hand around it, but you don't have to be careful or anything. So
all right, I'll see if I can do that.
all right, you do need to start in a shadow for it.
Larry, come stand over here between me and the light.
So he like stands behind one of the pillars to get like a shadow cast over you.
Literally,
Yeah, that's the idea.
Larry does that.
And you focus. And what, you're trying to get like behind into one of the shadows behind one of the statues?
Yeah.
And in an instant, you and the sword are gone. Appearing, falling into the shadow in an instant, and then appearing in the shadow. Like, you feel yourself falling. There's this sense of, like, you completely lose gravity almost, and then you're just standing there in another shadow, and everyone else watches as, like, your body quickly, almost instantaneously rises out of the shadow.
Oh, that takes a system strain, right?
Yes.
Okay. She, falling sensation, she probably kind of stumbles a bit and, like, puts her hand back on, like, the rock wall. Oh, it worked!
It did. You're free.
Huh.
Maybe
Wow.
Maybe we should have tried that before trying to break the
Let's
altar.
not say that. Anyway, so what's happening outside?
The creatures, they're all gathering. They came close.
I just had a thought. If it was that difficult for me to get the sword, then maybe... Do you remember the... I don't remember what it's called because I have it written down in my inventory as Evil Dumb Knife.
Robert.
Proud of you, Alex.
But I am referring to the magical dagger thing that was, stabbing Professor
And your dad. Yeah.
I'm sorry, her father stabbing? What are we talking about?
Do we no, I
Is
can't
he
speak
okay?
English. I mean, yes, did we tell this story? He died when I took it out, but then we wished him back to life.
In the dim light, it's hard to see if he's blinking behind the shades. Pardon?
But we can tell that story later. The point is that there was a magical weapon, like, stabbed into the back of his neck that was, like, controlling him. And I've been carrying it around because I don't want anyone else to, like, have it. But maybe it would be safer if I left it here. I mean, this is very far away from anyone else, right? And it was
Take a weapon,
hard
leave
to
a
get it
weapon.
up.
A classic. I do as you will, I suppose.
Does anyone else have any opinions?
I mean, I'm outside, but that sounds like a
Yeah,
smart
technically
idea.
we're outside. I shouldn't have said anything.
Yeah, Frey will say, I think, yes, if you want to keep it out of anyone's hands, this is the place to leave it.
I suppose we wouldn't be able to shut the door today.
It might be hard pressed to shut it in general. You did a real number on the hinges. Also, Miss Tyrell, when removing an embedded weapon, you need to be ready to apply pressure to limit and staunch the bleeding, as well as have lots of cloth on hand to press upon the wound to prevent bleeding out.
I know that. You didn't see it. if you'd seen it, you'd understand. There wasn't any way to save him.
Lawrence will acquiesce. He truly was not there. I know the details.
I mean, Mira feels kind of weird about leaving a potentially evil artifact in a place where they stole away a loved one's last gift, but, were our packs outside? Like, if they were, I would, go get it and then just put it on the altar.
Yeah.
All right.
Probably would have taken him out, but I'd pass it back to you if you need it.
You leave the evil, dumb knife on the altar. As you go to place it, it attaches to it.
It doesn't come back to bite us in the ass.
We'll see.
I will, not run, but like come back over where everyone else is and just kind of like awkwardly hold this sword. Like, does anyone else want this?
So what is the status of... You want to go, Dave?
No, I was just gonna say, I think Lawrence would be best with the sword.
I'd certainly like to examine it, but what's the status with the Grylux? Do we have time?
I mean, they're not attacking or anything. They're just watching, curious.
Well, it's certainly better than the alternative. Suppose if we have a moment, Lawrence will hold out his hand to take the blade.
I will hand it over. And I will... Oh, I already did remove the evil dumb knife from my inventory.
Alright. The evil dumb knife is being left in the cave terminus crypt thing. Alright.
Of course.
Gotta say, I didn't have that one on my checklist of things you might do.
I mean, that's honestly not a bad place to put it, though. Like, that's a good
No,
point
it's
with
smart.
the fact that it was hard to get.
Yeah.
Don't want anyone else to use that stupid fucking thing.
Yeah.
You guys could have used it.
Hey,
No.
hey, Robert, what's this knife look like?
So looking at it, looks like a simple, slightly longer than average dagger.
No flourishes, no material.
It has a slight hilt. It is made of bronze.
As long as I'm not throwing away good iron, I guess. So Mira handed the sword to Lawrence.
Yeah.
Robbie's gonna give it a once over, maybe a twice over.
It is a fairly, I would say fairly simple, like in its design. It is a regular, traditional longsword with a good iron hilt, which an iron blade and an iron hilt is essentially as expensive of a blade as you can make these days. The majority of the handle looks to be made of iron. There's leather wrapping on the hilt itself. Give me a int trade.
I like those. That's the biggest. That's the biggest roll that Lawrence can make with ends. It could only be bigger if it was like Dex or something.
Which, let me tell you, if you find a way to do a dex trade, I'll give it to you.
I'm gonna fucking throw a coin at someone, they'll die instantly, Robert.
Anyway.
You like that?
So, it is inexplicably, like, still as sharp as a blade would be the day it was forged. It is lighter than bronze. It is still hefty. It is a good-sized blade. As you're kind of holding it, the runic glyphs are just kind of dully pulsating once in a while, kind of this energy following them. Red on the hilt, and the red one a deep crimson, almost unnoticeable, and then the or right at the base of the blade, and then the hilt itself has the other two dull silver sigils. No idea where you would even start valuing something like this. Non-magical?
The simple, like, decorated iron blade that is, you know, in peak condition.
At that point, I would say... One second. I would say a peak condition, well-decorated iron blade that has extra iron besides the blade itself would be worth maybe 150, 200 gold.
Damn. Miss Tyrell, your best friend, how much debt did you say he was in?
I mean, do I know? I don't think I know exactly.
If it's not written down, you would not know.
How much, what's the minimum amount of debt someone would need to be in for them to be just fucking arrested?
Infortuni Soul, a copper.
Capitalism, am I right?
That
so
said,
what is,
Infortuni Soul also, specifically in Vreeland, anywhere, debt is erased every 6 years, I believe.
I mean, the only thing I have written down is a lot of money.
Well, as far as that goes, if this weapon was not magical, and again, that's a big if because it's matter of factly not true. For its sheer quality and decoration alone, you could easily get 150, maybe 200 gold, 2,000 silvers. And to a collector, well, who knows? But for a weapon like this, that's the wielder. Goddamn moved instantaneously.
You know, you did roll a 15. I should probably give you value, including magic as well, if you'd like.
Hit me.
Low,
We'll say it's within the realm of.
low end, you could probably find a buyer within a week at about 1,000 gold. If you really looked, maybe as high as 3,000 or 4,000.
I'd say, a quick turnaround, maybe 10. But if you give it some time, you know, brought in some specialists, find a real buyer, 40,000 silver. Is that enough to retire, Robert?
Oh, easily. Easily.
Like, how long could a family live on? Like, how many people could live on that for their life comfortably?
So, living expenses, like, how much did you, it was what, 400,000 silver?
40,000.
Yes, 40,000.
So, that's at a, like, good, rich lifestyle, like, at a rich lifestyle, that's at least a couple years completely paid. And that's, like, including, like, renting the house, all that kind of stuff, having servants. Common lifestyle, we're talking, like, it's, if you're buying a house and everything, that's just retirement money. That's easily retirement money.
It's very possible that you could. No, I'd say you could easily, with the funds made from this, get your friend out of any problem he might be having. Hey, Robert, Lauren's gonna move down a little bit away from the others and feel like the weight, like swing the sword.
It's light. It's light. Like, I'm sure Lawrence has not swung too many iron blades, but the difference between that and bronze, it is... The sacrifices made to keep a cutlass light means that they are thinner, they are a little more brittle. This, it is hefty, but still light. That's a damn good blade.
Probably at this point, Lawrence would just be mumbling to himself about, like, you know, things that might need to be done in order to sell an item of this, like, sheer value, like doing the math on like how much each person would be making. You know, if someone's like really listening, they might hear him like add in like some are getting paid for injuries and fucking Mira getting a bonus for her brunt of the work she did for us to get it. You know, stuff like that. Just like he's lost in his own fucking world right now.
Even if we split it, that would still be a lot, right?
Not more than. Alone, one of us could easily live in the lap of luxury for at least a year, maybe more.
Maybe I really can do something to help then.
I think that's putting it lightly.
He looks hopeful.
See, it's not just grave robbing, it's grave robbing for good. For a good cause.
Expression kind of falls a little bit. He just looks guilty again.
It's only a grave
Not very
if the
capitalist of
body
you, Mira.
is. It's only a grave if the body is in there too, and I didn't see any signs of a body, so it's not really grave robbing.
All right. So, with your newfound retirement blade, let me go ahead and rename it real quick for Lawrence.
I'll keep it with my retirement rope.
All right, it's no longer the varied blade. Now it's the retirement blade.
Okay. All right. Okay. I need a moment. Okay. Remind me what's happening with the Krylix, please.
I mean, they're out here, but, you know, they're fine. They're not freaking out. They're just curious.
Are they blocking the path?
I think so. They're kind of surrounding us, but...
I can come look.
Should we try, as a group, to move towards them to see if they move back?
Let me try something.
Would you care to elaborate on what you wish to try? Before...
I'd like to see if I can talk to one and communicate that we don't mean them any harm.
May I recommend doing so at a distance and not at a loud volume?
Yes, I mean mentally.
There's some mental stuff happening to Lawrence right now as he parses that.
I'm going to cast Far Speech, the normal version, and target whatever Grylux is closest, I guess. Probably this one.
Okay.
And see if it will consent to forging a telepathic link with me.
It does not seem to be able to.
Damn, it's not an intelligent creature?
Or it's not intelligent enough.
Damn.
Or it doesn't
All
consent.
Okay.
You try saying please.
Can I say please? Does it help? Me like knocking on the mental door of the Grylux's brain, yelling please through the doorway.
I miss you, please.
It's like the myth of consensual sex meme. I consent, the Grylux, I don't.
Oh no.
The Grylux does not want anyone talking.
Shall we?
So.
Yeah, I think I sort of turn to Lawrence and I say, unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's smart enough to, either it's not smart enough or it doesn't want to talk. I'm not sure, but.
Right, so maybe we try to push forward as a group and see if they move back, and if not, I suppose we have a little more waiting in store for us.
Slow and steady towards them all as one.
Yeah.
Well,
All right.
Let's start by getting everyone out.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, you all start to move out. You all look, and the Grylux are just kind of, again, lurking. Maybe just their eyes, some of them. Maybe some just the head out of the water. Which just the eyes reflecting the lights that you carry with you.
Lawrence will make sure to get his back.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I guess we walk forward very slowly, making clear that we're not attacking them.
All right. I love that you guys are just in a really bad roommate situation here in this cave.
Yeah.
So
No, this is the new laundry chore list, and
who's going first?
I thought we're all moving as one.
Who's in the front?
I can.
I guess I probably should be close to the front as well, because I can see them or in my brain. Like I'll notice if there's anyone that we're missing.
I'll stay in the back.
Yeah.
Frey will be in the middle.
And you guys start moving. Which, for the sake of ease, I'm gonna just I like the Frey just disappeared there.
Yeah, where? Oh, there I am.
There's Frey. There you go. Nice little slow move. And you guys start to move, and they just kind of shift back just a couple of feet, making these and like clicks almost, with like something akin to like almost like a drawn out sound. The closest thing you can think of is like if someone took a frog sound and slowed it way down. But they just stare and watch. But they allow you to pass. They do not stay in your way.
Okay.
All right.
We
Everything
slowly
went
make our
better
way back to
than
the
expected.
middle.
Yeah.
Back to the middle and back to the tree.
Yep.
And over the course of the next 10 or 15 minutes, you go through the hold your bags over your head, go into water up to your chest, possibly up to your shoulders. Go all the way through, and then eventually back past where you've buried some people, dealt with a fight, destroyed some soldiers of stone, killed some root watchers who are now a little more than dust, and make your way back to the tree.
Can I just say, I'm in an extremely good mood right now. Not only have we found the likely location, where our destination is, but we've gotten a very wonderful payday out of this.
I'm happy for you.
Maybe the rest of this will go just as well.
We are on a roll, after all.
Well, now that you've said that, I'm sure it won't, but we'll see.
Come now, think positive. He'll only doom us to failure if you think it into being.
That's why I never think. I just do.
Like a guardian.
All right. What's going in? I guess we have rope.
Right, Mr. Viewcourt, you have the rope, correct?
Yes. Yes, and I'll hand out the I'll tie the rope around one of the
Roots.
bigger roots.
Okay. And then throw
Before
the other
bringing it
side in, huh?
Yep. Now, if I remember correctly, this won't get us all the way to the bottom, but it'll get us close.
Yeah, I think there's about 30 feet of
Yeah.
difference. But we'll make it work.
Is it completely dark at the bottom?
It was pitch black, yes.
Who's going first?
Me.
Yeah?
All right. So, Mira heading down first, slowly but surely. Are you each going to, I assume, to not tax the rope or the already dying roots, you're going to be going one at a time?
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
All right. So Mira, I would like you to give me a strength exert as you do something akin to like descending. Like for the most part, the rope is there to make sure that if you slip, you like aren't going to just fall and break all your proverbial bones. So, Mira, you are
Where
able
was that
to.
before? I mean, I guess I would kind of prefer it here.
You have
Yeah.
no problem getting down. Occasionally, you're able to, like, while using the rope, almost walk down some of the winding routes. And then, again, they kind of just get too steep, and you have to kind of, like, slide down while holding the rope. And just kind of, like, you know, you let a little bit down, just, like, shimmy down it. Eventually, you get to the point where there is no rope left. And you hold on and just kind of have to awkwardly shimmy down some of the looser, like less thick and slightly less like I said, a lot of the roots felt petrified, like they were dying already. But down here they're worse. The further down you get, the more nothing they are. And you get that feeling like almost like chalk. Like they're like even just touching them, it feels like parts of them are going to rub off and might just fade apart in your hand. So though you have the awkward issue of trying to climb down something that you can wrap your hands around that has handholds, at the same time, you don't want anything too small or it might just shatter under your weight or under just your grip. But thankfully, you are able to get down with no problems, where finally there is this one large root that comes out onto yet another big fucking cave. This one, the root kind of breaks into the side of it. The cave itself is maybe 80, 90, 100 feet in height. And this root, like, is below, like, the base of the tree. Like, you have come out the hollow end where this root kind of turned in on itself and broke through. It doesn't make sense for how roots should work, at least from what you've read. But looking, you can see there's some gravelly dirt, and then it turns into pure rock, and at the far end, it just keeps going into nothingness with water. Like a rocky underground beachhead almost. You'd wager the cave's maybe 150 feet wide. Who knows how far deep it goes.
I'm going to call Mira on the summer phone just so that she can let us know anything she wants to let us know.
Sure. I mean, I will speak up if something happens.
Yeah.
I think Lawrence will approach the edge again. If we're holding like a light inside, being real careful not to let the, fire touch anything. The bottom's not visible, is it?
No.
Is about the end of the rope visible?
From the top? No. It's like you have over 100 feet of rope.
Okay.
Well, I guess who's going next?
So Robert, as far as night walking goes, I just have to be 100 feet from it. Do I have to be? Obviously I can't see in darkness. So like, does seeing the other end is that required?
So based on,
I guess it should be up here.
I would say you have to be able to, like, there has to be something you're signifying from one side to the other. Like, you have to, like, it can be a pitch black shadow, but it cannot be pitch black, as it, I believe it says in the, yeah, even small shadows suffice, and one is generally available in most any area not devoid of light or objects to cast them. So
Does Miss Tyrell have a torch on her?
I mean, she doesn't need one.
So no.
No.
Yeah, I would assume no. Like, she's probably using both hands to make sure that she can tie the rope off well. Or whatever.
So didn't the rope not extend to the bottom?
It did not. Mira had about another
Well, I mean,
30 feet.
until that point.
Yeah,
Okay.
but then there's about 30 feet of just straight up climbing down these almost petrified roots.
Could one drop a torch down the middle to have it land near her?
Yeah, you could.
Would there be significant risk of it just not getting all the way, or?
I would say some risk, at least based on what Mira would have, like, based on the experience that Mira had, like, it might get caught somewhere. There's a lot of winding branches.
All right, Lawrence will take the risk and try to drop a torch, not lit, down the middle.
All right. Give me a, we're playing Plinko, essentially. Give me a dex shoot.
Okay.
See if you can aim it right in the middle there and how well it's able to. It hits a couple of times, but after a moment, Mira, you hear the clunking sound and you see an unlit torch land about 10 feet up. You'd have to climb up about the last 10 feet of the route in order to get to where it kind of landed, but you can do so.
Doctor, you said that you're speaking to her, or you do so mentally? Right?
Yes.
Could you ask her to light that?
I will ask Mira to light the torch.
I mean,
Mira, have anything to light a torch with?
let me check.
God, that would be really funny.
She doesn't need light. Why would she have something to light a torch with? She doesn't get cold.
Well, she needs to cook.
I don't have anything written down.
Oh,
Mira
no.
doesn't cook. She doesn't eat.
Get some,
I mean,
get some
I do
wood
cook.
together.
She does cook. She doesn't eat.
I will toss down a tinder box.
Okay, I will do the thing.
All right, give me another deck. Give me a dex shoot there.
You want to ask
Samara?
Lawrence to?
Actually, yeah, I will hand it to Lawrence. I will take a look down, realize that I will probably miss this, and then hand it to Lawrence and say, "You want to toss
Feeling
this
bad.
down?"
Feeling bad for the box, but it's not Lawrence's.
It makes it down there, probably a little bit beat up and dented, but you know what? It's a traveling tinderbox. They're not exactly the most valuable thing in the world.
Yeah.
All right. And Mira, you have everything you need.
Right, I will light it up.
All right. You light it up, and looking down, you guys can now see dancing shadows. Vaguely, they're very faint further down there. at the bottom
Well,
of the...
Oh, I got visible shadows to use. Robert, can I use the? You mentioned the roots are stronger up top. Kind of like try to begin going down them. Where they're most, strong, and then use the sword to get down the rest of the way.
Yeah, I will say, especially with the help of the rope, getting down that first part, you wouldn't even need to roll for the first 30 feet or so, and then you get to the point where you're close enough, and you feel as if you've just fallen, let go.
Maybe it's funny for Mira to see the thing that happened to her earlier happen again as Lauren's like, oh, as he catches himself from falling over.
And
If you fall, I will try to catch you.
Mira immediately grabs Lawrence to stop her from falling.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Lawrence,
Oh my.
You finish stumbling down that last one as carefully as you can, and it is pitch black.
Good thing we have that torch.
Good thing you got that torch.
Whew.
You can see a massive root. Not much else.
I don't know what I was expecting to see once we got down here.
Well,
Next.
I'll go. And I guess I'm just straight up climbing down, so
Give me a strength exert.
yeah.
Oh, don't forget to take your system strain, Lawrence.
Already done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Imagine having a wicked cool sword to get down with. Sorry.
Samar, you start making your way down, and you climb down, and, like, occasionally, like, maybe it's still just the pain, the bandages wrapped around, but, like, occasionally you just kind of lose the grip on the rope and kind of slip and, like, have to catch yourself, and you kick into one of the roots, and when you do, you're kicking, like, inches into it.
Great.
But eventually you make it down.
Okay.
The roots are getting damaged.
That was a touch scary. Also, I had a thought. Why don't we, like, I don't know, tie the rope around the hilt and have them pull it up and use it like I did?
That could work.
It's a very smart
you
idea
wanna-
that you wish you'd had, 5 minutes ago, but sure.
I've never claimed to be perfect, Doctor.
You sure act like it.
Pardon?
They smiled. They're like fucking with you, clearly.
Okay. I would say it's a shame that you chose to go next. How do we relay this back?
Yeah, I think
Oh.
Frey is at the top, already starting to make his way.
Give me a strength.
I call Garrett on the summer phone to relay back.
Hold! Wait!
What's going on down there?
We have a plan to maybe send the sword back up using the rope so that you can avoid climbing all the way down. It's a little precarious, so.
Okay.
All right. We will do that. So you'll
And we're
probably
not-
want to pull the rope back up.
And you're sure we just don't want to just take the rope the rest of the way down like we had, and we're gonna just use this sword instead of just using the rope?
It's a little dangerous. I think it's a lot less risky to use the sword once you get close enough. Once you get far enough down the rope. The roots and stuff here seem like they might collapse.
30 feet is a long way to fall.
Yeah.
Break a hip on an old person.
Yeah. So I will tie the sword to the rope and oh wait, we have to like climb up 30 feet to do that, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
Probably closer to 45 or so, because you also have to climb up the massive route down here at the base of the cave.
Yeah. Well, I will look at Mira.
I will hold out my arms to catch you.
I thought you were gonna climb up. Okay, I'll do it, I guess.
I mean, okay. I misunderstood. I spaced out and misunderstood. I will do it.
That's so funny. That actually is hilarious.
Lawrence will hand
I will do it.
Mira the sword.
Great.
I'll do the thing.
All right, give me another strength exert.
That was very funny, actually.
I'm sorry. I'm so
No, that was genuine. Unironically, that was very funny.
Thankfully,
good.
Mira has no trouble getting back up to the to where the rope was tied off, about 30 feet up from where the roots begin to terminate.
Yay. Once she has tied the rope, I will relay to Garrett that he can pull the rope up.
I will pull the rope up.
And with it, look at that, you caught a sword. Best fish. This is the most valuable fish you've ever got.
All right.
Hey, Garrett.
I untie the sword.
You could leave. You could just leave.
Shut up, Robert.
I untie the sword and throw the rope back down.
Frey looks over at Garrett.
I'll show Frey the sword. Do you want to take the rope or the sword down?
I mean, I guess if Lawrence got down okay, if Mr. Beckett got down okay, then the sword's probably safer.
All right, then I'll offer the sword to Frey to use to get down. So at this point, it's just Frey and myself who are still up here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I make a comment while Mira's doing the climbing?
Yep.
What kind of
Sure.
With Billy's like that, what must man be like who created her?
I haven't met him. He did knock me out once.
I'm sorry, knock you out?
No, sorry, I didn't get knocked out. I would. Summer would have remembered this. I did see him once, and then he basically
He
shooed
said-
me out of the room.
He said, "Fuck off."
Yeah, he did knock everybody else out.
Oh. I mean,
Not physically. It was more of the kind of knockout that you might do.
I can't even begin to imagine what you mean, Doctor.
Harmless poison.
My favorite kind, I guess.
Yes, some kind of fumes or something. I don't know, but above my pay grade.
I mean, but can you imagine not just having created something like her, but the ability to do that?
Yeah, quite special.
Do you think he could do it again?
I don't know if he'd want to. My understanding is that Mira was created to... I don't know, that she had a sister, and that was part of the reason why she was created. So...
A dead sister.
Correct.
I mean, I suppose that's better than some kind of mad mage creating an army of killer maids.
Yeah.
Strong enough to break stone and agile enough to climb all trees. Able to nullify magic.
Yeah. I mean, she's I'm glad she's on our side. Absolutely.
Agreed. Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to, you know.
Yeah.
So with that, Frey's going down.
Frey hesitantly takes the blade. Does he pick up anything from it?
Like, resonance-wise?
Yeah, you know, when he touches it.
Heartbreak.
Okay.
Not unlike the same feelings as the crypt, if you will.
Okay. Frey feels that seeping into him a bit and kind of like shakes his head trying to clear it. But he will focus and try and figure out how to activate this thing.
All right. You do have to climb down like 30 feet first.
Frey does not know that.
Okay. You focus for a moment, and nothing is happening. You can feel yourself and just like focusing, holding this blade, looking down at the winding, dying roots of this great tree, and looking at the lingering, subtle shadows at the base. Nothing is happening.
He frowns a little and looks at Garrett. It's not working. Am I doing it wrong?
Dave, are you muted?
I guess I was, yeah. No, I don't. I don't know how it works. You just kind of. I don't know how it works. I don't really know how he did it. He just kind of. I don't know. I guess you stand somewhere where there's shadow, and then you. So I mean, I guess I can back away a bit more if you need shadow. And then you look at the other end and you focus and zoop.
Zoop.
I'm assuming it makes some kind of noise when you go magically from one end to the other.
Well, I mean, I can't see the bottom from here, but Frey will try and climb up a little further and like leading over the side.
Didn't they relight the torch that was thrown down to them?
Yes.
Yeah, so and you can't see the torch from up here?
I mean, I got the impression that this thing was kind of like a tangle of roots on the inside.
Yes, like I said, you could see vague dancing shadows of the torch at the base. Like, it is very faint, but you can technically see it.
All right, Frey will focus and try again.
And nothing happens.
Can it be used by only one person? Like once? Once that...
I mean, Mira and Lawrence both, and Mr. Beckett both used it. I mean, I guess he did start climbing down a bit first. How am I supposed to do that one-handed? That's insane.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, I guess I'll try and
you
go
can
down.
put the sword in your belt, but you don't really have a sheath for it.
But yeah, I guess Frey will start trying to awkwardly climb down while trying to juggle this sword.
All right, give me a strength exert.
Thank you, because I really wanted to make this roll. I I'd never get to use strength exert.
Yeah, I think there's a reason you avoid me doing that.
Well, no, I
Lawrence
love rolling
did that too.
stuff I'm bad at.
Oh my
I rolled a
god!
7. That's actually really good for
Oh my
me.
god, that's insane! That's a 9! Oh. Nervous and trying desperately, you kind of like... Again, it's kind of like rappelling down almost, but every time you like start to like lose your footing, even getting down these first 30 feet, or anything happens, you start like putting your feet into, like with most of your weight into these roots, you can feel them like sinking in. Like the roots are just starting to give way. But you continue down, and eventually, I assume Frey is trying every few feet.
Yeah, he is.
Eventually, after 5 or 6 attempts, you feel yourself let go of the rope, and as if you are falling into nothingness, and then just blink of an eye later, you are standing on a large root that is kind of angled at a distance and seems to open up into a broken part of another massive cave.
Frey, like, startles there, stumbling in place.
Oh, there he is.
That was, unpleasant. I had to climb down a bit before this worked.
Yeah, I think it's limited a little bit. Gotta see where you're going. That's why we dropped the torch down, and then like also go down a little bit. That's why I climbed down a little bit as well.
Everyone down there, I'll yell out over the.
Yes, I made it down. Here, we'll send it back up.
I'll just climb down.
You sure?
Yeah, I'll just climb down.
Miss Tyrell, if you would be ready to catch him in case. Though I imagine he might get banged up along the way, but not think about that. Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm just gonna climb down.
Right.
Frey will give the blade back to Lawrence.
He will retake the retirement blade.
All right. Garrett, give me a strength exert as you begin to climb down.
I'm gonna reroll
There is,
that just
like,
to-
yeah, I will say that will get you down, but you can do better.
No, I'm getting down on just the 7. I love how my ability to re-roll consistently rolls the same or lower.
It used to do better when I first joined.
Yeah, I feel like it's
only...
it's that Umbral bullshit.
Yeah, I get good rolls on it. It's never, been to the point where I've never gotten a good roll on it. But
You're on a
lot of the
streak
time,
right now.
this is it. Yeah.
So,
No, Streak's not with us.
Ooh, good point.
so you make your way down, very similar to how Samar did, but again, less worry and more just, you get used to it and it feels strange and you just can feel yourself like digging in, like just like chalk, awkwardly just like scratching at it, putting your hands into it just gives way to layer after layer of this, as it is just giving way. And by the time you get to the bottom, like, you can see that there are roots that, like, they might have supported Samar, they're supporting you. You do not know that they would support you going back up. And there are, like, as you're coming down this last route coming off of the, like, into this broken open cave, you can see boot prints from everyone else coming down. And you make your way down, where you see not a lot, really, here at the true terminus.
You can't use that word.
I called the last one the cave terminus.
Can't use that word.
Why can't I use that word?
It's mine. It's patented. It's copyrighted. Don't infringe me, bro.
Where it is, Lawrence is once again holding the torch and
And a sword.
and the sword. Mira is the only one who can really see beyond that. Like I said, the cave itself is massive, and it is quiet. There is the occasional sound of... It almost sounds like waves coming from the other end of the cave.
Well, of all directions we can go, I say we head towards the water. If it's any good, I wouldn't mind refilling our water skins.
Yeah.
It seems pretty empty.
Which way, Robert?
The water is coming somewhere from the south, it sounds like.
All right.
And you all begin to make your way.
I still have my mind light active. I just want to be clear.
And as you get to about here, Mira, you would be the first to notice in the darkness there is what seems like a almost grave of stones, maybe 20 feet from the water's edge.
Oh, this?
Yes.
It kind of looks like there's a grave right there.
On top of it, you see a book.
Does she point?
Yeah. She, you get kind of excited and forget to talk and then just kind of walk over there.
Okay.
I mean, you're there now. You should see it. It's this.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that what that is?
Yes.
Oh, I'm the asshole.
I intentionally made it incredibly hard to see.
Small. What are we looking at here?
It looks like
Zoom in.
a very simple, just stone grave, raised maybe a foot or two. And on top of it is a book. And as you are approaching it, you would know, those of you who are more perceptive, I would say, who have any skill and notice, would be able to note that the tide, the waves are getting more intense now.
As in they're coming in.
Like, as we walk over there? Or?
Yes. Like, there's one maybe every 10, 15 seconds.
Freya's
hold
going
everyone.
to reach out for the book.
Hold.
Okay.
Before we touch any objects that could be significant, Miss Tyrell, are you able to use your ability here? See what we're, working with?
Yes.
She's
Someday.
witch finding?
Someday I will change the name. But that day is not today.
Don't worry, Alex. I'll keep drawing attention to it.
If you'd like to give me a wisdom magic. Actually, first, this entire room is overwhelmingly magical. I would say there is a wave of water. There is something much greater in the darkness, giving out insane amounts of magical aura. Like, overwhelmingly so.
Like what shape?
Like,
fish?
you can't really make out a shape, but it is like a slow building tsunami or something of magical energy, larger and more oppressive than anything you have ever seen or felt in your life. Anyway, if you'd like to give me a wisdom magic regarding the book. This book is able to give you any coherent, absolute knowledge of anything. It has to have a definitive answer. It cannot speculate. It can give you, for example, if you want to know the location of someone, it can do that. If you wanted to know how to break someone out of jail, it could not. If you wanted to know if a god is real, it can give you that answer. If you wanted to know how to speak to a god, it could give you that. But if you wanted to know how best to get out of here, how best to defeat something, it could not. It cannot speculate. It can only give absolute, definitive answers. You rolled a 9. Every time someone opens this book for knowledge, it will break their mind.
Oh.
I'm just writing this down really quick, so I don't forget.
Hey, Dave, do you see the thing?
Yeah.
I think Mira would just like really quickly shut her eyes hard and like kind of cover them a little bit. Oh wow. Well, I think that's it. But it's really, really magical in here. I think it might be dangerous to be here. There's something out there. I don't know what it is.
Then we take it and
There
flee?
is splashing.
It's either going to be the drowned dead or it's going to be that giant. Definitely want to get the heck out of here as soon as we can.
Does my
Agreed.
light tell me anything?
Within 60 feet? Let me see how far
Trying to
60
get the
feet
thing.
goes real quick. Not yet.
Okay.
Well, then we should go. We should get out of here, and Frey will once again reach for the book.
Sure, go for it. Just don't open it.
Lord's gonna start moving back.
All right.
Is that your 60
Um,
feet?
Yeah.
All right. Mira, or I'm sorry. Okay, Frey. So you're grabbing the book.
Yep.
All right. You move over there, and as you are going to grab the book, Samar, let me read your mind light again.
Yeah. I can do it if you want.
I definitely. You get a human coming from the water.
Human.
Mira,
activity.
you see rising out of the unending darkness of the cave this massive something humanoid shape, just being. The rest of you see a singular glowing orange eye, tiny and beady, coming out. The rest of it almost inexplicable. Mira, you can see all of this growth and just, it doesn't, if it didn't have a head and arms, you wouldn't even be able to see it as human. Hundreds of feet tall, massive, hulking, reaching an arm out.
Would you compare it in size to our funny friend on the surface?
No.
Bigger? Smaller?
Smaller and different. It is much more wide. It is much
Stout.
more... Yes. It is almost hunched over coming out of the water. And it
I
just...
think Mira shrieks and like lunges to grab Frey.
Does Frey grab the book at the same
Yeah,
time?
Frey grabs the book.
All right. Frey...
That was enough for Lawrence to take off running towards the base of the tree.
And I think Frey startles and yells as Mira yells and grabs him. I imagine his with the side he's on. I think his back is to this creature.
Yeah.
Which direction was it in, Robert? South?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely start making the way
And
back to the tree.
Yeah. I mean, Samar immediately is like, human out there.
at this
There's a
point,
human.
stumbling, I guess none of you can, like, Mira, you can see it. I don't know that anyone else can.
I
give
can't
some
see
funny
anything
magic
right
light?
now.
Robert, that's like a fucking Cthulhu's.
But it begins stumbling towards you. You can hear its back scraping up against the wall as it tries to stand up directly. And finally, it just begins to just echo and bellow these strange, almost human sounds. Just this that just comes and goes, that echoes off of this massive cave, almost grinding and drilling into your ears.
Well,
Hey, Dave, can I recommend that one thing a second time?
Yeah, no, I was waiting for an appropriate time to use it, which I guess would be now, because now that there actually is danger. But yeah, I would like to use that, though. I'm assuming the answer is to leave and go up the
This is your
rope.
danger sense.
Yeah.
Oh, and he has established that it is breaking as we went one at a time.
Yep.
I don't know that there is a good course of action to getting out of here right now, all of you. Pick who's most... I would say for Garrett, trying, it would be pick who's most important and just kind of hope everyone else can hold off. Because getting everyone up there will be suicide trying to... Like, if everyone tries to climb out once, no one will be escaping.
Right. All right. Well, so the best way to escape is not to defeat the thing. It's to get one person out and have everyone else die.
You do not have nearly enough information. Hope that at least one person gets out, and depending on how long that takes, maybe another one after it.
All right.
At least that's what I'd say right now. And
All right.
as you are kind of holding the book, Frey, I would like you to give me a mental save.
if it is a magical thing, I believe you have +2. Let me double check.
Oh, very cool.
You and all allies within 20 feet gain a +2 bonus to all saving throws against magical effects.
There you go. Frey, you got
All right.
plus
Let's
2.
like ask her dad for like 4 or 5 more of her.
13.
You
Did
start
you need
to
that?
hear this voice in your head. Leave my treasure. Leave it. Bring it home. Do not sully his name. Do not sully his memory. And your body is compelling you, wanting to leave it, wanting to put it back, but you're able to push it out of your mind.
All right.
Has-
Frey will...
Oh, go ahead.
Frey will just... I think, like, kind of seizing up a moment as he hears that. I imagine, like, Mira's, like, starting to, like, drag him. Yeah.
Shove him behind her, yelling to, fucking go, run.
Yeah, I think he's saying it. I'm sorry, but we need this. We can't leave it. We have to take it. And yeah, he's kind of stumbling along distractedly.
And as you kind of stumble distractedly backwards, the arcane casting, the eye of this being almost flashes for a moment, and you get the briefest view, the rest of you, of this thing that Samar feels human to you.
Yucky.
It's uncomfortable to imagine that it feels human to you. And you just hear the sounds of splashing water as it's dragging itself out. And it just echoes out, please don't. Like it's not spoken, like it doesn't know how to talk, like it has to relearn, almost begging. And its arm comes out and just comes flying in, crushing into the darkness, out of the darkness, and just reaching for you, pulling itself little by little.
Why is
think
that
Robert-
I'm sorry.
I can't believe Robert's doing a Nintendo 64 boss fight.
I'm sorry.
Yes, it's so big that its arms each have their own massive thing separate from the body.
Oh, gosh.
Okay, I don't think we should try to fight it.
No, I think we
I
should
got a gun. What's he got?
get out.
Not a gun, I
The
bet.
other arm also just dragging as it almost like lays down, like falling, flopping forward, pulling itself. You notice it does avoid the grave.
Oh. I think we need to run, I guess.
I do want to just
If
make
we
sure
run
that,
out of here, only one, maybe two of us are getting out. If it's gonna kill us.
if you guys want a context on size and what Mira sees, there you go.
Very cool.
Fun.
Smidgen big.
Wow.
Smidgen big.
Maybe
Well, I
we
mean,
put
are
the
we
book back.
are we rolling initiative here, or are we just gonna go?
I mean,
I'm
Yeah,
asking
time to-
the boss.
That's up to you guys if you're rolling initiative at this point. You know what? Yeah, why not?
Lawrence took off running the moment Mira screamed.
Okay, so Lawrence is already back up here at the roots.
Okay.
Did someone else have light? I guess if Lawrence
I
left,
lit-
right.
He's not the
lit
only.
I lit a torch. If he's
Yeah,
the one who has the
that was the torch
torch.
Lawrence was using.
Yeah, Lawrence took the
I
torch.
probably would have had a light too.
Okay. All right. Well, there you guys go. So, at this point, yeah, are you guys like ready to try and fight, or?
I mean, I would prefer to not fight
No.
that.
I don't think there's a world where we fight this. I really
No.
don't.
I mean, I will.
So I think we run.
I will defend my friends and try to make time for them to get up, but I'm not gonna like aggressively go over there and slap it in the face.
Lovely. Sounds like initiative then.
I think
Lawrence!
our two options are to leave the book or to run.
Yeah, if we leave the book, it's not gonna mess with us. It sounds like, and did Mira tell us that if we open the book, that we go insane from trying to read it?
She just said not to open the book when Frey picked it up.
I mean, I think the tone of voice she would have said it in would be like very fucking dire. Do not open it.
Also, I feel
I'm not
like
supposed to
maybe...
use Dealmaker to buy the book off him, can I? Just checking.
Also, I feel like between her being like, don't open the book, and him being like, please leave the book, we can probably put two and two together.
I'm just gonna say Frey's holding the book right now, so I think whatever happened, we have to roleplay it out.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we are officially going into initiative at this point. Lawrence, you are up
Yeah.
first, while already like at the roots, standing on them.
Okay. This will not go well. But there is no other option in his mind that exists where more than one person can get out of here. It's
Yeah,
probably a
one
similar
maybe.
conclusion that Garrett came to.
Yeah.
He stabs the sword into the ground, puts the torch between his teeth, is going to try to climb up to the rope and get all the way up so we have a shadow at the top for someone else to use the sword to teleport to.
Damn.
All right. Sword stabbed into the ground there at the base of the root. And you are climbing up.
With everything he fucking has.
All right. That will be the rest of this turn and the next. Oh god, you've got multiple turns of climbing to do. So this turn, I will say, is gonna get you up there, and then next turn you're gonna start the strength exert to get up there.
Okay. Guys, it's not gonna go well. But I believe in the dream.
If I can make a small suggestion, you could teleport up and then just drop the sword.
That would rely on the sword not getting caught on a branch. Unlike a unlit torch or the box, it will not bounce. It'll probably embed.
Yeah.
Is my concern.
I mean, agreed, but you know.
Also, I can't teleport up. There's no shadow.
Fair. Yeah.
Like I suppose I could teleport. What? I don't know. How long's the torch, Robert? That's furthest distance, like 60 feet, maybe.
A torch, about 30 feet.
Yeah, that's not getting us much.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair. Okay.
Might be casting shadows a little bit further than that. Yeah. All right. It is time for the left arm, which has its own initiative. Each arm has its own initiative. It is going to come around and let's see here. It is going to smash at Garrett.
Oh, that is not fun. If its AC is less than 18, is that?
Yes.
I can't see there's a blood.
Yes,
okay,
that is an 18.
so I take
eight
8 shock damage.
As
Robert
it
said you could
comes
do the funny
swinging
icons.
in and just smashes at you, and it's like getting hit by it's like getting run over by a fucking horse. Just immediately, just body checked, everything just to stay standing. Is your turn, Garrett.
Jesus, I'm gonna back up from that. Frey, you got two options. Either leave that book behind, or you're gonna have to make a run for it out the tree with the book. But I'm gonna back up 5, 10, 15. Just I'm not too far from everyone, but heading towards the.
All right. The arms do not get opportunity attacks. So. All right. That is your turn. Anything else?
I'm not gonna try to enrage it by shooting at it at this point. So until Frey decides what they're doing here,
You could yeah. No, never mind. You're good.
I mean, I'm not. My other option is to dash all the way to and leave everyone behind.
You could shoot it. It's already attacked you.
Well, it just put its hand. Did it actively attack me, or is it just getting closer?
The move was called smash.
Yeah. It was actively, trying to smash you out of the way. It is very obvious it's going for Frey.
Oh, well, then in that case, yeah, then I will shoot it. If I misread the situation.
Right.
Then. So, yeah,
what are you
take a
shooting?
shot at it. My bow?
No, the left arm, the right arm, or the entity itself.
Left arm.
Okay.
11 probably doesn't hit.
11
does
hits.
it? Oh, it does? Okay.
Pretty big.
It does not seem
Yes.
to react. All right, it
You
is
still
now.
have Lawrence's vial.
Is now
I do, and I will put that on my next arrow, on my next turn.
it is the right arm's turn. It is going to come in and smash at Mira. Oh, that was left arm again. Whoops. That is actually relevant because the right arm has different stats.
Okay.
Is he right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
All right. Ow.
as you feel what can only be described as the same sort of force that you put behind your punches, but on something that the arm itself is literally 4 to 5 times your size. Just come and just all you can do is just try and dig in, and you feel your boots get dug into the soil, you feet into the stone and rock, and to the point where like you can feel your knees digging in as you're trying to catch this just swipe at you.
Oh wait.
It is now the entity's turn. The entity will, with its one slow, vaguely pale orange glowing eye, stare directly at you, Samar.
Yeah.
I've hurt you. I've seen you.
Seen me?
Give me the shape of your name. I need a mental save.
Okay.
Actually, oh no, there's no save. This is just happening.
Fun.
Okay.
Which is to say, nothing happens. It is going to move closer. Actually, it is avoiding the thing, so it was here? It was here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's all it can do. And its arm
Still
by
can't
default
even see
will move. What's that?
Great. I still can't even see it. It's crazy. Okay.
You should. For the sake of the fight, I'm gonna put that on for you.
Okay, cool. Fun.
What a funny friend.
Yeah.
So you've heard of save or suck before. Robert just sucks.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it's fine. Just remember, if I die, Viv is gonna hate all of you. It's all your fault.
Lawrence can live with that. He'd be upset if Garrett died. He'd be fine if Garrett's wife hated him.
All right, Frey, you are up.
Okay. Oh God. Yeah, Frey is backing up with that book. What did that thing say to Samar?
Give me the shape of your name.
Oh. Okay. Do we run? We run, right?
Or
If
you
you
could
want the
put
book, then you gotta run.
yeah.
Or you could leave the book.
How's Garrett looking right now?
I'm pretty badly hurt. I'm down to about half health.
I mean, like physically. Like,
Oh,
how's he looking right
physically?
now?
Rasped out, angry, tired. I mean, he's just kind of haggard. He just got smacked by a giant arm. He doesn't really care about the mission anymore at this point. Like, he's not gonna just run because Samar's still down there, but he doesn't care. If we've got to leave the book behind and just get the hell out, he's fine with that.
All right. So Frey, I think looking back at Garrett, looking very, very torn for a moment. He'll look back at the creature and he will I think he's going to push forward past Samar to put the book back on top of the grave.
Interesting.
This is what you want, right?
Staring back at you.
You're protecting this person, right?
The one eye trained directly on you till you put the book down, and then back and forth, saying nothing. The hulking arms, oppressively large and feeling like they could crush you in an instant if they wanted to. No response.
Out of curiosity, while Frey was holding the book, was he getting anything from it?
From the
With his
resonance?
emotional resonance. Yep.
Yes. A sense of... The strongest emotion is one of completeness, like a job being done, being able to finally rest by someone who had worked for far too long and deserved nothing more.
All right. So I think with the book placed back down, Frey will back up again to like here. And that's his turn.
Alrighty. That will bring us to Samar.
Okay, I had my mind light on when we came down here. Can I get an emotional state from this thing now that Frey has put the book back?
More contentedness and curiosity as opposed to pure unadulterated fury.
Okay.
Like, the emotional state you got during that was it was easily holding back and could have killed you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Okay.
nice of it.
Like,
Yeah. I would like to talk to it, I guess, and ask, why do you want this book?
for the first time, the eye stops darting between Frey and the book and darts to you. Head cocks slightly to the side. Mine! It echoes out, belting what feels like the first or only word it could come up with to answer you.
What made you like this?
That's all you're getting this turn. Sorry. Mira.
Okay.
Do you have anything you're immediately doing? Or, depending on how this goes, we might break initiative.
I'll just screen Summer, I guess. Look terrified.
Okay. Yeah, it is, like, assuming that you're still, witch finding. It is... You feel like you're drowning, being surrounded by this entity. It is giving off more arcane aura and wisps and energy than anything. Like, you've never felt drowning. Mira can't drown. Now you know what it feels like.
Well, I guess maybe I'm trying to screen Summer, but maybe more like kind of leaning on them a little bit, like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lawrence, I assume you are still intent on trying to climb and create a way out?
Unless, like, I'm able to get one glimpse of them, and it's like they're just all standing there, and the thing is also standing there.
Yeah, you hear Frey trying to talk and see him putting the book back, so yeah, you'd be up there and kind of, like, turn back around.
I think I'm going to stay where I am and just kind of watch for a minute.
Okay.
You know, keep my options open.
Okay. We will, at this point, break initiative temporarily.
Okay.
So, at this point, what are you guys doing?
What is the creature doing?
It is standing over you, like, as if it can't even really stand, using its arms to keep itself up, the top of its body still nearly brushing against the top of the cave, even as it's hunched over, leaning on its hands like this. And its eye just keeps darting back and forth between Frey and the book. Finally pulling back a bit just to make sure. You can see it seems to be making sure the grave itself is okay as well. Just this hulking, just heavy breathing.
Great. I would like to ask, what made you like this?
There is no immediate response from it. It seems confused. Who are you? What are you? And it almost shudders as it talks.
We're travelers looking for help, looking for a cure to something terrible. And we thought that book might help us.
There's final promise. And it almost shudders again, and Samar, give me a wisdom into it.
It's going to be at 12. So close.
While you obviously can't tell in the darkness, it seems to be crying.
I would say I think it's at this point that Lawrence's curiosity is going to best his better judgment, and he's going to drop back down, grab the sword, and approach.
I'd like to ask, did you make the shrine upstairs for someone you loved?
It stares at you, and you can see it shuddering, digging its hands, digging its fingers into the rock, moving feet of stone as if they're nothing. Vibrating the very everything that you're standing on, but making sure carefully, even in its frustrated and this highly emotional state, not to affect the burial site. Oversaw. Yes.
Ray will take a cautious step forward. Do you want to see them again?
Cannot. Cannot. He is gone.
But what if I could help you see him again?
The left arm starts balling into a fist. You can't make out the features on the face, but you can see what seems to be gritted teeth, if there's any teeth in there. You cannot. You cannot.
But I can. I can speak with the dead. I can find them.
There. Do not die.
What happened to them?
He became born. Oh, spelling on the name?
Ye.
Oh wait, what's this name? I missed this name.
Aether.
That the name of the person he's talking about?
Seems to be, yes.
Okay.
The religious amongst you would recognize that name as Aether, the Saint of Erudition.
Huh.
Isn't that a word that we use to describe the tree?
Oh wow, I'm sorry. I was talking and I had my mic muted. So the tree met the god who gave the saints their knowledge, but was not Aether itself. Aether was one of the saints.
Yeah, it was the god instead of the saints.
Right, but if Aether is the saint of erudition, who better to know everything, you know, or to give the book of knowing everything to than the saint of erudition?
I think that's Lawrence would walk up.
Lawrence might want to hide that sword.
You didn't hear the he. How much of the rest did he hear? I guess is the question.
I'll leave that up to you.
Okay.
I don't. I imagine
maybe
he's
enough
not. Yeah.
Maybe enough to. He said he did in fact put it up there. Then, just to make sure we're clear. Then.
Yeah.
Maybe
He said he
Lawrence will have left it
oversaw.
impaled.
Yeah.
Maybe Lawrence will have left it impaled back here near the roots.
So he said that he didn't die. He was what? What did he say happened to him?
He became more.
Yes.
Okay.
Did Aether become the tree? Because that would have been a way to meet the god that gave the saints the knowledge if Aether was the saint and Aether was the tree. But I don't believe it was.
Are we speaking on religious philosophies with our new friend?
Something like that.
The eye darts to you as you say that, Lawrence, with supernatural speed and directly onto you. It's almost uncomfortable because you're not watching an entire eye, you're watching a small orange bead of darkness, just barely visible in the darkness, that is moving across this much larger eye to watch each of you.
Lawrence's like brows raise as the eye guys goes to him. He can feel a bead of sweat. He'll like just do a little wave like, greetings. My name is Lawrence Beckett of Beckett's Vines and Finery.
You have his gift. And looks
Robert,
beyond you towards the tree.
Ruh-roh.
You mean the blade?
We can put it back.
Yes. If it seems like it is important to you, I will offer you my own apologies on behalf of everyone for having to.
Let me drink of your pain.
My pain? Concern, look to the others.
Riddle shrug. I don't know.
Frey is looking very pale.
Does he seem like he's gotten more violent?
Lawrence, sweating, will approach and will whisper. Just to Garrett. Though loud enough that maybe the others will hear too. If I die here, and my and the home I keep north of Ceres, there is a pouch hidden behind a wall panel on the north side. Will you please deliver that to Mr. Mori at the Salted Shank, and tell him he won the bet. Gonna approach. If it would mean making amends, I will acquiesce. I will do as you ask.
And you see this almost shuddering for a moment. And there's something different, something off, something feels strange. Your head begins to hurt. And everything just feels off. Well, you'll figure out what just happened when you go through your backstory now.
Uh-oh.
Huh?
What?
Huh?
sorry.
Anyway, we are good to continue.
Okay.
He seems satisfied. He seems relenting and sure. Human. Your pain. And something resembling a smile begins to grow on this thing's face.
He said, "You are human. Your pain. ...
Yeah.
I need to point out what your.
It's near the beginning.
Did you add a?
No, it's near the
Slash
beginning. You'll
through?
see it. Yes.
Oh.
That is no longer part of your backstory, William.
Huh. Okay.
Hmm.
All right.
I'm so curious.
Yeah, same.
Is that a good yeah all right or a bad yeah all
It's
right?
rather small.
Okay.
Take the gift. And then immediately I back to Frey. You would steal his essence. You would steal what is left of my dear Althea.
We just came for answers. But I've put it back.
There's again that broken smile. I must remember. Who? What? To be human. Lend me your heart. For a while.
I don't understand.
Lend me your heart for a while.
Will you let us look at the book then?
Yes. And again, Samar, there's that pained cry as it agrees.
Frey will glance back at Garrett. Just this pained look on his face. And then he'll look back at Lawrence and whatever you have to do to break this curse, just do it. And he'll look back at the creature and says, very well.
And the stress, the fear, feeling your heart beating out of your chest almost, being around this thing, stops. Your heart just stops beating completely.
Am I still like up
Yeah.
and alive? Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
You just don't feel your heart beating.
I think Frey, like, he just feels cold all of a sudden, his hands going to his chest. Struggling to comprehend what just happened.
What? The answers. You pay. You make me human again.
Just to double check, Robert, if I may. So Lawrence experienced some pain. I'm
Like a
assuming that
headache, yeah.
passes, or
Yeah, it was only for a moment.
And now Frey went through that and is just clutching his chest, or
Yeah.
okay. What did he say to Lawrence after the pain?
He just kind of smiled after saying, you are human, the pain, smiled.
And did you say take the gift?
Yes.
Is Adarsh in chat, like, did he intuit that correct? As in the sword, as in take it with us?
That's one way you could interpret it.
Yeah, he also did say that this that you had the gift to begin with, which you asked about
Okay.
the sword, and he's like, yeah.
Okay.
Well, now I guess it's my turn to ask for some kind of boon or whatever, but I don't know how to say, hey, can you get rid of this curse that, Shadow thing did to me? But because I don't think I'm cursed still, I just think I'm,
Does I want me to try to help out on that one, Dave?
yeah.
Does he seem to be in a better mood now that Freya's acquiesced, in addition to Lawrence?
He
Robert?
seems more there. Like, I'm sure you've noticed his sentences are getting more complete. He's starting to emote.
Is he getting smaller?
No.
Good sir. Would you mind sharing a name with us? What may we call you?
No.
Robert, spelling, please.
He said, I do not know.
Oh. Then would good sir be all right, or?
A slow head shake.
Then, sir, if I may ask a question, a few times we had spotted, throughout our journeys around here in the lake above, a large figure within the lake. Was that you by chance? Our good Dr. Samar here noticed it wave and
I
point
do not
once.
leave this place.
Oh,
You know
This is
who or
where-
what it is?
Turns to you, and then again the eye darting back and forth. Finally landing on Mira, losing all interest in the conversation. I can taste it. I can taste it. Give me
Lawrence looks-
your last promise. That was to Mira. Alex.
Could you repeat?
It was give me your last promise.
Give me your last promise.
I think that's what I thought you said. I just was not sure if I understood. I think her head is still kind of swimming, like, you know, magical overstimulation.
Did she turn that off?
Can? Unclear.
I'd say it's up to you on whether or not you can turn it off. Probably.
Well, I guess maybe she's never really had to do that before, so perhaps it takes her a moment to, like, figure out, you know, shut my third eye or whatever.
Yeah.
And so, you know, she's just kind of like, kind of out of it and shaking her head. What do you mean? I don't understand.
Give me your last promise. Break it without guilt. Break it and feel nothing, so that I may feel everything. And the hands clutch into fists.
What was your last promise?
I don't know off the top of my head.
What's the first one Mira thinks of?
Fuck, dude. I am brain farting, drawing a massive blank. Let me think for a second. Actually, could we have a minute so that I could perhaps go to the bathroom and figure out what I want to say?
Sure. That is assuming that we're good to go a little late tonight. Is everyone okay with that?
Oh.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, I can go a little longer.
All right. We will go ahead and take a quick 2-minute break in the middle of the most stressful negotiations.
I really.
Nice.
Alrighty, so Mira, what was the last promise that Mira thinks of?
I mean, the thing that immediately came to mind was that, I'm scrolling back up to see if I wrote anything about it, but what immediately came to mind was that Mira promised Gary the art dealer that she would, like, keep Lawrence safe, or something to that effect.
And she will break it without guilt.
Fuck.
I don't know what that means.
No more protecting Larry.
Good thing he's also a tank.
I mean, what do you want me to write down? I don't know what to write down for that.
I will leave it up to you on how you want to write that.
Is she
This is a
capable of protecting
decision.
Larry
Complete
because of a tactical
apathy.
decision?
Yeah, complete apathy is a tactical decision to protect him.
Okay.
Forever? Or until the promise would be fulfilled otherwise? Like
Until the
re-meeting
promise will
Gary?
be, it's the promise.
Okay, so assumedly, that would mean for the duration of this venture until we meet back up with, like, you know,
Yeah.
Gary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds pretty good.
Does Mira, like, as she remembers, say it out loud? Like, oh, you know.
I mean, do I need to?
You do not.
Then in that case, you'd probably just, like, look as if she is remembering something, and then her face kind of goes slack, I would say. I don't know if she has to, like... I mean, it seems like it's done, and she does not have to give confirmation, so...
The eye once again darting back and forth before landing on Lawrence.
Good sir, if you would not mind a question. The
eye opens slightly wider.
The being above, what's going on around the lake, is there any chance you have any knowledge of it or know of it?
Great being. Answers are in the dome.
I see.
His essence. Now you.
Me?
Your shadow is old. It is tired. It needs to rest.
Lawrence almost half-heartedly chuckles to himself. And it might be, but it'll be a long while before I can hang up my coat for good. Too many things to see and do. But you are looking to feel human?
You watch as your shadow detaches itself from you.
Knock comes in. Okay. All right.
It ignores everything you said. And the shadow walks into the darkness.
Huh? What?
Lawrence, you no longer cast a shadow in any circumstance.
Yeah, that's not going to be an issue. Who even write that?
The entity, the thing, whatever this is, it stares back and forth, back and forth. Seemingly frustrated, being confused, trying to understand. Is anyone saying anything at this point?
I think Lawrence is dumbstruck by having seen his shadow just fuck off.
Yeah, I mean, this is
that's pretty surprising.
pretty out of the ordinary situation.
Yeah, I feel like this thing is calling the shot, so I think I'm just waiting for it to do what it's gonna do.
It's not like it's gotten Samar yet.
I mean, it took
Not that Tamar knows.
my name.
Well, you don't know that, though.
Yeah.
Have you found what you wanted?
It doesn't pay attention to you, but instead is drawn to Samar. You.
Yes.
Your reflection.
My reflection.
Your mirror self. The thing you're glad to have never become.
You want it from me?
There's no reaction.
Do you mean literally, or?
It will be mine.
No more reflections.
Your regrets,
like
your
what-
fears, everything you are glad to have never been.
That's tough. Fuck.
What happens if one of us says no to your whatever you're asking for? You take it anyways?
The eye turns to you. As if already happy with the deal made with Samar.
Sorry? Did I agree?
Death is on your heels. It watches you. And your last breath before you die. It will be mine. I will save it for you.
And what if I don't want to give it to you?
The left fist curls and tightens.
These aren't requests, these are demands. Give you my last breath. Or die now.
You speak in riddles.
Mr. Viacourt, there comes the point where one needs to know when they're outgunned.
Well, he'll get my last breath either way, it seems, one way or the other. Fine. You can have my last breath.
It is bitter. Wrong. And then there's a pause of confusion.
My
You've
apologies.
already given it to another.
I'm afraid we may need to apologize on behalf of our good friend here, Mr. Viacourt. He's been through much recently, and there were some terrible things he encountered above.
This isn't the first time I've almost died. This isn't even the second or third time. So, if there's someone waiting for my last breath, you might find there's a bit of a line.
You already gave it to another. You will pay. Pay back. Pay a double. Twofold the gifts. Twofold the work.
Haven't you taken enough already?
You want to take my memories of him? You want to take the last thing I have for my one love?
We never meant to take your memories.
Not mine. His.
What did he say?
Not mine, his.
We don't need all his memories, just whatever will apparently release Frey and Lawrence from their curse.
You will give me your place in the sky. You will live in a world where the stars won't miss you.
You being me, or you being all of us?
You. One with no breath to give.
And if we all say no and leave the book, you would be satisfied?
You may leave. But it has been taken. The deals have been struck.
So we don't have a choice.
The rest of us don't.
Man with no breath to give. You will have no place in the sky. The stars will not miss you. And there's
Men
a
belong
shudder.
on the earth, not above it.
This horrible shudder as his entire body kind of shakes almost sorrowfully. You must take it. Take his memories. Take the dome.
Frey very cautiously will step forward to pick up that book again.
Take it. Take it. Before he takes me. Almost weeping at this point.
Is Frey like stepping back further, like going to?
Yeah,
Leave?
he's backing away at this point. Eyes on the creature.
Well, it is only common courtesy that when one deals with another, they thank them for their time. So, good sir, I will thank you for yours. And Lawrence will go with Frey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Slowly back away.
Darts back and forth between each of you. But after a moment, he watches the arms wrap around that massive, just rocky beach and protect the entirety of that grave. There's this loud echoing weeping as you all start to head back up.
Before I leave real quick, I just want to throw one last parting shot back at our friend down there.
Okay.
While Dag may have forsaken me, Someone else already has my last breath.
Daig?
Yep, dig.
The saint.
At least Vector is still with me.
Is that one of the saints?
Yeah, Vector is the Saint of Darkness.
Oh.
Ruh-roh.
Okay.
It's human nature to fear the darkness. I'm not alone down in the dark forever. Whereas that thing is.
mean?
Perhaps your fear is founded, breathless man. Something great claims you. And
I'll leave.
a moment later, you hear the splashing of water as the entity seems to recede back.
So, Robert, how much how much detail are we going to go into on trying to get out of here?
So, you guys did not, like, only 2 people climbed down, and they didn't do horrible, so I'm going to say that for the sake of narrative ease, getting back out is not... It would be more if more people had to climb and stuff broke, but as it is, getting out is as simple as actually carefully doing it. So,
Okay. Lawrence, make sure to grab the sword.
you guys get your things and escape. It doesn't feel right. Make your way back up to the terminus of the cave. Where are you trying to set up? It is, you know, late morning, maybe noonish at the most. Are you
think
escaping
we'd
the
be heading-
cave?
Yeah, we'd grab the rope and
I wanna
start
get the
heading
fuck
towards
out
the
of
exit.
cave. Absolutely.
Over the course of the next hour and a half, you make your way back little by little out through the terminus, through the tunnels, and eventually, by some miracle of miracles, it feels like an eternity, but you are back outside. Having escaped the darkness, the uncomfortability, and the natural strangeness of everything in there.
Still no shadow?
Yeah. Is it daytime upstairs?
Yeah, it's
Up
around
above?
noon. There's a little bit of overcast, but for the most part, it is the sun is coming through.
So,
No shadow.
well, why don't we find somewhere and crack open this book that has all the answers? If it truly is Aether's, the knowledge it contains will be...
There's that
well.
farmhouse that was on the way here.
What?
Should we... Miss Tyrell, what did you say would happen?
Huh?
If we opened it?
I think your mind would kind of break. That was the sense I got.
Perfect. We'll give it to Wallace. And then this whole thing.
You don't think that he would get someone else to open it for him?
He'd probably pay a beggar.
Not if we don't tell him that it'll break his mind. You tell him that it'll... The answers are in the book. Here you go. Oh, okay.
Surely Miss Tyrell is not the only one able to magically discover the facets of an item. I
He
can't
knew
imagine he would
everything
be-
on the ship.
Yeah, he can read minds.
Yep, you sure can.
Not only have we all had to personally pay for this, But now someone has to give up their own mind? What kind of joke is this?
Is it possible that the mind breaking is just referring to whatever it is that person in there did to us?
It seems like
No.
it would be too simple.
Yeah.
Remember what Frey said about the glimpse they got into the tree?
Yeah.
Imagine all of that knowledge suddenly being in, your knowledge, not just knowing that it saw that, but knowing it itself. Would not that knowledge, just knowing the knowledge, break your mind? There's only so much one person can know or understand.
Maybe we can take it to some, I don't know, magical experts or something who can look at it some more. I mean, I don't know who we would trust with this, I guess, but maybe
Mr. Garvin has a contact for that kind of thing, though as far as trust goes, I don't know what level they are beyond simply professional.
Right.
I think while you're all having this conversation, Frey is gonna sit down with the book and see what he can get from it.
Like,
I thought you were about to crack it open.
I also thought that, but
Honestly,
I realized
honestly,
it was
out of
nuts.
character, I want him to open it. I do. I legit
it.
want him to open
Just
Do
while
it.
everyone's doing, oh, that'd be really funny.
Do it.
Really bad, but really funny.
Feel free.
Roddy, just so you know, if you open it, Robert will end the session right there, and you will have to wait a week.
I will
That
say
is
this.
Yeah, you have to go to bed if you open the book. There you go.
it. Yeah, exactly.
You one step closer to playing Claire Obscure.
Is Frey gonna ask a question?
Frey is very distracted by everything that's been going on. I don't think he's totally paying attention to this conversation, and he kind of, keeps looking at Garrett, back at the book, fingers kind of like running over the edge of it, feeling the pages.
Do words of true brotherhood ring in his mind?
And you know what? Yes, he's going to crack open the book because he needs to know how to break this curse.
That is the question. How do you break the curse of Captain Soren?
Yes.
And as the rest of you discuss what to do with this book, this massive silver glow from Frey, as the book rips itself open, flipping through pages and pages at supernatural speeds, landing on one, and you see ink begin to blot and turn into just word after word after word. To end the curse of Captain Soren, you must depose of the creator of the curse. You must depose of the person who built it. You must take them back and send them to whence they came, to whence the ritual was begotten and where it will end. Out in the Vaudelayan Sea, you must kill Captain Wallace.
I knew it. I
fucking
knew
love
it.
this
I've been
game.
thinking for so long that Captain Wallace was the true perpetrator behind the curse.
Is that
And-
just in Frey's mind, or is that like plain text for everyone?
It is text, and as soon as you kind of comprehend it, the book slams back shut. And you feel this immediate headache for the briefest of seconds, and your intelligence goes down to 10.
What was it before?
It was 11.
Oh, okay. That's not terrible. I mean, not good, but
I mean, it didn't change my modifier any, so.
No, God, no foul.
We also don't know that if you had a higher rank, that it would only have taken it down 1.
Yeah, I'm assuming by phrasing it as your intelligence goes down to 10.
At this
it
point,
probably always
I
takes it
will
down
read
to
out
10.
the full description of the Tome of Erudition.
This is the thing I knew, by the way.
Yes,
the entire time.
mind-bending knowledge. The bearer can spend a scene using this item and get an absolute answer to any question that has a definitive answer. When the reading is complete, the reader loses 1 attribute point permanently based on what the GM believes is most pertinent to the question being asked.
There's only 1.
So if
all right.
it could have been charisma, depending on the question.
Interesting.
It's not always gonna be intelligence.
So this tells us that in order to free Lawrence
And
of
Frey.
this curse, we have and Frey,
And
we have to
all
kill,
of the people Lawrence cares about still.
we have to kill Wallace.
And as Frey ponders this knowledge, which I will give you a much better description of in the near future, as the rest of you watch this book open, flip to a page, Frey stares supernaturally, unable to pull his eyes away, and not but a brief moment later, before you're even able to make it over there, the book's slamming itself shut again. Sitting here, just trying to figure out what the fuck just happened. We will be going ahead and ending tonight's session.
And I can't wait for Lawrence to find that out. He's gonna have some reaction to that.
Summer's also gonna have some reaction to that. Hearing that from Frey is gonna be interesting. Okay, well.
Yeah. There it
Frey-
is.
Frey has suspected for a while that Wallace was more involved in all this. Like,
yeah, no, that is
his,
fair, guys.
his theory for a while, I think ever since their last meeting with Wallace, is that Frey's pretty sure that Wallace is the one who gave this power to Captain Soren. That's his theory at the moment.
Now here's a question for you. If with that in tow, ponder for the next week why Wallace would still send you on this journey if success meant you would know you needed to kill him.
probably
He may
because
not
he's
have
doing
known that
some
part.
fucking sus shit while we're gone.
Yeah, or he didn't know that it would tell us that per se.
No, I don't know. I don't think that's how he knows, and this is part of his plan. Like, for sure. There's no way that his
he
plan was like,
Other people to get it first, right? So like it could be that he wants the book for something. Like he wants to use the book for something.
but why
And
would he send somebody who has the curse? Like, I'm sure
he might have had the thought that we have the ability to find out what it does, that we wouldn't have taken that fall for it.
Wait, what? Say that again?
He might have thought that we wouldn't have taken the fall to, get that info.
That it would kill us or something, maybe.
But I mean, like, he could
Maybe
find
not.
somebody who has a different motivation to get like information. But like, why would he pick someone who very specifically has the curse that he gave them? I don't know. Like, that seems. I feel like it's more than just, well, this is a risk I'm willing to take. I feel like probably this is all part of his plan, but I don't know how exactly.
So exciting. Oh, I'm so happy Frey used the book. I'm so happy.
I'm also very glad.
Uh,
I've been thinking about this for months. Have we been playing for months? I don't know. For a while. About like what we're gonna do if we actually do it. Lawrence's first thought is the same thing he said. I don't know who said Wallace would do it, but it's the thought that Wallace would do. Just have some fucking beggar do it. Pay him for it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Or maybe Wallace would just force him to. Lawrence would pay him for it.
I
was going to ask Robert the other day if, like, actually talk to him about it. If from his perspective he thinks Lawrence would do that, because I've been on the fence about it.
I don't know. I will tell
Yeah.
you, if Wallace did pay a beggar, he would then immediately kill the beggar.
for the money back.
No, because he doesn't want anyone else to know about the book.
You know what? That's fair. Gosh.
So-
All right.
I did notice that Frey's first question wasn't about how to fix Garrett, but how to solve the original issue.
Yeah, I like how Frey looked at Garrett. Nah, I'm aware of my own thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Frank can always
like,
ask
that
more
was-
questions.
You can always ask more questions, and that
Got more
was the
juice in there.
point, anyways.
What does he need intelligence for?
But no, yeah. My
And the
big
lower
question,
it
though,
gets,
is-
the more likely he is to use it again.
Tamar
think
really
what goes
likes her
through-
own mind. I don't know that they want to use this, but like also finding out any information is
Any
really
information,
kind of to them.
information to any question. And it's not gotcha either. Not only did you get the information of like you have to kill Captain Walsh, you got the originator of the curse. You have to kill him.
No, I mean
Where the ritual
really was-
happened.
Yeah, it was thorough.
Guess who knows where that is?
We have to go out
I-
in the middle of the water to kill this guy.
That sounds like.
That, okay. Frey did
Into the
suggest that in
Ephirian.
particular, but when they were on the ship, he's like, okay, so where did Captain Soren go down? Maybe we could just sail out there and I could go talk to her ghost.
Yeah, I mean, no, you're right.
It would have
Didn't,
been like somewhere up here, like out past the Barrier Islands, up
Oh,
by
yeah,
where
on the
it's, like
Ephirian.
the lands of Western
Mhm.
Midara.
Yeah, it's way
Yeah,
the fuck
well-
out there.
Frey asked the same thing of Lawrence where it happened, and like, what if you go back there? And he was like, no, you would die.
Yeah, that's what Wallace said too.
Which is probably true.
Yeah. I mean, they're not wrong.
Now,
so-
you finish.
I was going to say something a little unrelated, so you can go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, I'm still also confused on who has Garrett's last breath. Was it the thing that Frey? Was it something with Wallace that Frey bargained with to rescue Garrett back in Fortunisol when he got stabbed through with a glass? Or is
I
it
have no
this
idea.
big shadow monster?
Yeah, it's a good question. Who has Garrett's last
Easy.
breath?
I mean,
You
okay,
might know.
I think the shadow monster has something of his. Like I am like 99% sure.
It
And I'm
has his memories of Rohan and Zane.
I'm just waiting for him to go mad.
Yeah.
So,
I am waiting.
yeah, we're probably going to have to figure that out before we fully leave, or at least try to get an idea of it. Y'all hear what Lawrence lost?
yeah.
Yeah, what did he lose?
Lawrence no longer remembers how when he was younger, he would ask his mother every year on his birthday if he could fire a cannon. And every
she
year
said no?
she'd say no.
Oh,
Until one year she granted his request.
So
There was
did he?
there was
so
a
does he-
pirate captured and strapped to the end of a cannon. And she told him to fire it.
Oh
did.
no!
What?
oh wow.
He was
Jesus.
at the time
Jordan?
looking for it. 10-ish, I want to say.
Jesus.
There you go. He no longer remembers that. So
Is,
he can no longer
is
tell-
Lawrence's
mention it.
mom Captain Soren?
That would be fucking funny.
That
Yeah,
would be a
Captain
crazy-
Soren hyphen Beckett.
Actually,
actually,
Beckett
triple
was her
hyphenated.
maiden name.
It's triple hyphenated. Captain Soren Beckett Wallace.
Yeah, exactly.
Robert, can you tell
No,
me the exact
he
test
said
of-
his mom's name at one point.
So his mom was a pirate?
That was not specified.
Well,
Interesting.
who else is going around putting people in front of cannons and blowing holes through them? That's
Some
a
with
pirate
cannons
thing.
and pirates, apparently.
Robert,
Idris, you
can
were
you tell
saying?
me the exact text of what I gave up? What was it again?
The shape of your name.
No, not that. The other thing.
Oh,
My
the other
mirror self.
your reflection, I said your reflection, your mirror self, the thing you are glad you never became.
Okay.
That's freaky.
But also your literal reflection is gone. You no longer have a
Really?
reflection.
No,
Yep.
I'm so sad. No. Samar likes the way they look.
Well, they can have other people tell them that.
Yeah, someone to draw
You
a
just,
picture.
yeah, I was gonna say you just need to hire a permanent artist to draw a picture of you every morning.
I was so relieved when you were like, the thing you were glad you never became. I was like, oh, okay, it's metaphorical. All right, as long
I
as
know it's
can
both.
follow
It's
those.
both.
I knew you were getting your
Fuck.
reflection stolen. How is Samar gonna do their hair?
I know.
Ask for help. You got a couple of
You got Mira?
people who care about how they look. You have a fucking maid!
Oh.
Sorry, that was really funny.
Oh my god! What a
as
fucking session!
As far as the one thing goes, Frey asked what Lawrence's mother's name was, and I think he responded Mary. Did anyone in the party know what Soren's first name was?
No,
No.
just Captain Soren.
Do you care if
Don't
I'm saying
remember
her
off the
name,
top of my head.
Robert?
No, you can.
It's Madeline.
Oh.
Madeline Soren.
And that's not short for Mary.
Weird.
My name is Mary, but everyone calls me Madeline because it's shorter.
Well,
No,
I
that
don't know
was
if you
the
recall
joke.
this.
That's the joke.
Lawrence did pause when asked his mother's name.
Hmm.
Now, when Garrett lost his place amongst the stars,
What does that mean?
does that mean that Garrett has no place in like how or does this mean that if Garrett looks up, there's no stars that he can see?
So specifically, it's going to mean a couple of things that I didn't go into this session. One, Garrett is no longer comfortable in the open air. He is no longer comfortable with the sky.
Oh.
Two, he hates the idea of looking at he cannot bring himself to look at the stars anymore. Ergo, can no longer navigate by them.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
That sucks.
Like,
I
imagine
feel like
having
Freddie got
vertigo
off-
to look up at the sky. That's
He's a
essentially what's going on with
scout.
Garrett.
Who hates
Ruined
the
fu-
sky?
This ruins like half of my character. I can't navigate anymore.
You can navigate, you can
navigate by the
wayfind,
ground.
just harder to do.
Just not at night. Well, if it makes you feel better, Lawrence does have a little bit of knowledge of star navigation.
So just being outside at all makes him feel uncomfortable. Not
There's
outside
a
at night.
general uncomfortability feeling like when the sky is like up, like, you know, seeing the sky, but at night it gets real bad.
Damn.
You know, I
Could-
feel like
Go ahead.
I was just saying that I feel like Frey got off easy with just, you know, his heart not beating anymore.
Yeah, that's what wasn't it? Didn't he say for a bit? Like as in that wasn't permanent?
Yeah, he
Who
was like,
knows
for a
how
while.
long that is? Yeah.
Hmm.
He wants your heart for a while.
I was worried like Samar and Lawrence are gonna have to start fucking like doing chest compressions.
Oh.
I am not. No, this is. Ooh.
Oh, there's, by the way, just to be clear, there is a cost to what happened with Frey. You might not know it yet.
Okay.
Hee-hee. Man.
One thing I might want to bring up with you, Robert, because I was thinking, especially the whole, you know, the mind-breaking book thing and it being a book of knowledge, I was thinking it might be a good way for me to kind of kick Frey's seer abilities, because I want visions. I want weird, cryptic, overwhelming visions, and I want to play into that more. So I was thinking this might be a good opportunity to kind of like awaken a bit more of that in him.
Okay.
So I might want to see if we can like maybe reflavor some of his
Yeah, we can do that.
stuff. Yeah. Cool.
I mean, ultimately, pretty huge success. We got 2 magic items, only lost like 1 person and an animal. Pretty good.
Yeah.
And some fingertips.
That's pretty minute compared to the other like conceptual things we lost, I feel.
Tell that to my pinky.
Listen, it's being considered, but now there's a lot of other like losses to take consideration for.
The thing
Yeah,
is,
Garrett's a mole person now.
if you guys don't go in there and snatch that book immediately, he is more than willing to actually negotiate.
Well, I mean, things were scary. They
Yeah.
were screaming.
Well, you know what? Maybe he should not just leave the book out in the open like that, okay?
Out in the open, yeah, for all the people who come by. That's what it was.
Exactly. Who knows how many people want to come and visit this mysterious grave?
This mysterious grave that's at the bottom of a hollowed out tree that's so old it's underground. That's apparently dedicated to a fucking old saint.
I mean, your locate object ability really paid off for what it's worth.
That's after like 3 days.
I mean, there's no world where we figure out like, yeah, we go west for several miles and then there's a tree and we're supposed to climb into it. It's like
there was a path with a farmhouse.
Yeah, but even in the world where like we went that way, like even in the world where it wasn't that Frey's ability actually told us, like even if it had been wrong, we still would have gone there because we thought it told us to go that direction. So it really doesn't matter. Like in this situation, it really helped.
Sometimes you just go in a direction, you know. Man, once we settle next session from the from the immediate reading thing, Lord's probably gonna invite the others to like drink and smoke with him because it's been too much.
Yeah.
God,
Well, luckily we got that farmhouse nearby.
what a fucking train wreck.
Robert is cryptically PMing me, and it's really upsetting.
Oh no!
All I said is you have a whole different problem you don't need to worry about right now. Upside down smiley face.
That is cryptic.
I mean, we've come this far and we still have the weird shadow lake monster.
Hey, if you want to know what it is or how to get rid of it, you can get the answer to that.
Well, you know, I actually got some cryptic messages from Robert earlier that I was kind of afraid to share. It's really freaky.
Joke's
I
falling,
can't believe how
William.
well this went over. Errors notwithstanding. What could that mean, guys? What could he be talking about? The joke he's talking about the Jeopardy.
About the what?
In the beginning.
Jesus Christ.
Anyway, so if there are specific questions you guys might consider asking, I would like to give elaborate, accurate answers. So obviously, you don't have to think of them in advance, but you're going to get better answers if you think of them in advance and give me time to specifically plan exactly what I want to say to give as much accurate information as possible.
Yeah. If we think of them in advance, is there a world where you could tell us which attribute we would be losing a point from if we ask it?
No. I will not tell you which attribute. I will tell you if a question is valid or not. Like, I gave some examples, but there's more I can give as we, go. But yeah, like, obviously, well, how do I kill Captain Wallace? That's really subjective. The tome does not have an absolute answer.
So you want to throw a dinner party and invite him?
Where is Captain Wallace at this moment? It'll give you like a fucking map and it'll fucking like circle like his fucking shop in Fortuny Soul.
Yeah. He's just hanging out at home. He's a man in the storefront.
So, Mira understood that the book would possibly break your mind. Does Frey feel dumber? Like, does he know he lost something?
I'm sure he can feel like it probably isn't immediately obvious, but like the idea that intelligence can be considered like your mental dexterity at times.
Right.
Is like, I'm sure it's one of those things that would become more obvious over time when he has trouble. Like, he's like, oh yeah, like that book. Like stuff like that, where it's just like the little brain farts,
More brain fog.
Like brain fog,
slower
that's
to come
what I
to
was
answers.
Hey,
So guys,
Garrett doesn't have brain fog.
No, Garrett has umbral fog.
Yeah, well,
Much different.
Garrett's an int of 10.
Yeah.
So guys, the big takeaway from this is that Frey used the book and he's totally fine. It's all good.
Yeah.
Mira was just overreacting.
Oh, that's horrifying, actually. If you tell us
Considering
that.
how, listen, all I'm saying is, in comparison with Frey, Mira's powers have been demonstrably effective.
Wait, are you saying Frey should keep using the tome?
Listen, Lawrence isn't going to stop him. He might caution him, but he's not going to stop him.
God. Yeah, I am curious what other questions you guys would consider positing so I can write up more specific things for it.
Would Frey consider asking how to remove umbral influence from someone?
Yeah, I think that is definitely a question on the table.
How much is Frey willing to sacrifice? Now you can see why Mr. No Humanity Giant Man was down there too, with no humanity.
Oh, what, did he fucking keep opening it?
Yeah, of course.
Wow.
Oh.
He had no humanity left. He lost everything.
So we all gave
If
him a
we
little
use
bit
it
of
all, do we
ours.
get to become giant?
There's... I don't know exactly how to describe why that, like, if you reverted into a Lord of the Rings Gollum-esque state and you did nothing ever except for interact with an insanely powerful arcane object,
Mm-hmm.
who knows what could happen?
Yeah.
Chill them to let us take both the book and the sword, though, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, it's almost like as he got more humanity, he realized it was a bad thing.
Oh.
Having the
Neat.
book, which is why he told you to take it and leave.
Oh. Well, all right.
It's almost like having the option to know anything and having it kill you mentally is bad. Because not only are you getting weaker mentally, you're getting information that you're then, like, forced to think about. Like, a lot of the questions that, like, that dude asked early on were, like, did Aether suffer? Did he really love me? Was he happy? Over and over again. Thousands of times, the same questions.
Oh.
Thousands.
That's unfortunate.
What were his attributes?
Scores! Fuck!
I mean, it sounds like his scores were firmly in the negative.
Yeah, I mean, fair.
There
Is this just when
comes
you
a
die
time
you're
when...
zero?
There comes a time when there are different rules because of my stupid magic items.
Yeah.
That's fair. No, that's...
Remember,
I-
like, he started saying, like, one word, and I was like, he has to remember how to talk, and then you guys started giving him little bits of humanity, and he remembered what being human was, and then he got to talk more, and then he got to have a conversation.
Shame we didn't get to, like, actually ask him about things.
I mean, we could always go back down.
I mean, he was pretty firmly not a fan after the beginning.
Mhm.
Robert established.
Yeah, the part where you guys snatched the tome, that really,
I am somewhat surprised that he was cool with just trading the sword for,
the sword.
a
didn't matter
little
that
bit,
much
a
to
little
him.
bit of trauma.
Yeah.
Smidgen of trauma. As a treat.
I'll tell you this. He used to be a knight.
Hmm.
And that sword was given to him by Aether.
Oh.
Love a
There.
failure night.
He wasn't a failure.
Really cool of Aether to give him a sword that kills him to use it functionally.